Holy. What is up? Where am I? Where am I? This happens every time. Happens literally every single time. I don't know why. I don't know why. Are we ready to get fucking MNESTIC today? Holy. Yo, this title screen's tough, by the way. This title screen is tough. Anywho. As always, I got some shit to ramble about before we get into the actual content. First of all, Deltarune tomorrow! I can't fucking believe it! I can't believe it! Deltarune in like 12 more tomorrows. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so peak. And you know what? It's actually so peak that I mean, come on, this is like a special occasion, right? Like, this is a special occasion. Like, we gotta fucking, like, we gotta take a little gander at this real quick, right? Cause like, holy shit, oh my god. Yo, if you saw this was Pikmin, you're stupid as fuck, by the way. We're not gonna get 2 Pikmin games this quickly, come on. Obviously Tobias Robert Foxington. And he has a flower on his head! I fucking love that guy! Holy shit, it's so peak, it's so peak, it's so peak, it's so fucking peak. Holy shit, it's so peak. I'm so fucking excited for that. Oh my god. Between Digital Circus finale, Deltarune tomorrow, and Splatoon Raiders coming soon, I mean, like, come on. Every... like, come on, what a banger Pride Month, am I right, guys? Man. That direct was actually pretty good. Pretty damn good. I liked it. A lot of people don't like it. I liked it. I liked it because I'm a fan of things that aren't just first-party Nintendo titles. I think if you went into that thinking like, oh man, we need a new 3D Mario, you're gonna be disappointed. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't think we do. I think we're in a fine spot right now. People keep comparing the Switch 2 launch to the Wii U's launch. Like, no. Just no. The Wii U was a fundamentally, like, a dog shit console. The Switch 2 has things to play on. It has things to do on it. Like, you can't compare the Switch 2 to the Wii U. That's silly. That's stupid. Like, come on. We're gonna get fucking Pikuniku 2. Pikuniku 2 announcement made me go download Pikuniku 1 because it was on sale for $2. That shit is so silly and joyous and fun. What a breath of fresh air it is. What a breath of goddamn fresh air. Yeah, we're here. We're about to get MNESTIC. Yo, apparently this Merceau ego is like busted, by the way. Shadow Vested Bladeslinger is like busted. I'm seeing BL Sinclair rolling 21 on skill 1. What's up with that? What's up with that? I don't even know what makes it, like, why does it happen? Is it because Merceau turns evil? Is that what it is? Resentful Scabbard. The true essence. This is the upgrade to the effect he gives to the BL members, right? Huh. 120 divided by number of coins % damage. Okay, buddy. That's funny. Minimax B +2. God damn. God damn. Well, I mean, I don't have BL Merceau, so even if I get this, I can't really do much with it. But I mean, come on, it's a new banner. It's cool stuff. Like, let's do 1 10 pull. Well, I got nothing. GG. This fucking sucks. What the? Yo, how windy is it? Oh my god. Yo, weather has been so bad lately. It's been so stormy lately. It's been so hot lately. We actually have a fun stipulation today. It is currently... Let me check the weather report. Let me check the weather report here. Is that a JoJo reference? Let me check the weather report. Oh, it's only 85 degrees outside right now. What's the real feel? 84? Anyway, if I put up... No, my window's making some devious sounds right now. If I put on my AC, it will destroy the audio quality. So, we're trying to beat MNESTIC experience before I boil alive. Oh, nice lag. I mean, I can... The 8th wall Purgus Knight. Which one was that again? That was Bongies. Yo, what the... This wind sucks. Okay. Wait, this is tough. Wait, this is tough. This is fire. This is all my battle pass money right here. Isn't the event bonus? Yeah, it's literally just Blade Lineage. Can I even worm those two onto a team? Oh, I got... Alright, so my AC setup is like really janky. There's a lot of gaps in it normally, so I have to use like a bunch of tape to like keep my window like sealed properly and make sure that like no bugs can get in through the AC, make sure that no air can get in through the AC. So there's a bunch of tape and cardboard on my window right now. It looks really shitty. But because of that, when it gets really windy, the wind gets caught on like the tape and cardboard and tries to like shove it off the window. So whenever I get these big gusts of wind, it just sounds like my window's about to collapse in. That's fun. That's fun. Consultation session. Man, I can't wait to see all the new and fun content here. It's not like I've been spoiled on a lot of the shit in this fucking interval already, because LIMBUS company community is really good about spoilers. It's not like I've been spoiled on anything, you know? That's just awesome. Like, that's just so awesome. Brief interruption. Yeah, that was really windy out. God damn. Maybe my internet all crashed in the middle of the stream. Who knows? You know, it's been too long. The streams have been too good lately. Something catastrophic needs to happen. No, wait. For this one, you should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Malkuth Durante, my least favorite plot element so far. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the backstreets of N Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area at the backstreets called Butter Street without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yiseng, and Marcel were on their way to rendezvous with an LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from the other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Roja and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies from the bus. I trust these two to leave to go shopping. Uncle Philadelphia, big wheel! My man, what's good? Holy! Brother, it's been time. It's been many time. What is good, my brother? How are you doing on this fine evening? Dude, Wheel, Deltarune in 12 tomorrows. That's awesome. Sir Faust? She decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and I thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. You didn't acquire it, it's not complete yet. To reiterate, there's no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. Alright, Faust, Canto 12, the Gesellschaft will collapse. Is this Limbus Company or Brazilian Drug Dealer 3? It's Limbus, but I do want to play Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. That game looks fire. That looks fire, actually. Dude, I feel like there was something recently that I wanted to... I did it and I was like, dude, Wheel will think this is fire. Ooh, that's what it was. Dude, Wheel, I've been playing Calamity mod. I just beat Plaguebringer Goliath and I was like, wait, this is the boss that Wheel was glazing. This is the Wheel boss. That guy was fun. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. So yeah, the Gesellschaft's gonna infight, it's gonna collapse, it's gonna explode. Faust will be banned from her Discord server. You can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the Warp Train. Did she actually get banned? Yo, PBG is my all-time glaze. The boss kicks ass when I put in the launch codes. Dude, the launch codes scared the fuck out of me. I was not ready to be nuked. That sucked. I saw PBG and I instantly thought Peanut Butter Gamer. It appears there remain occasions on which you were still capable of surprising Faust Dante. Did she already get banned? So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that the memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. Interesting. I mean, we already kind of knew that that was the case, but... what is the threshold on the Arashiki? Like, what is the condition for it to, like, fully remove you from existence? Because all the nurse fathers got cut by the Arashiki, and they were just kicking around. They were just fine. One of them lost an eye, one of them lost a bit more than an eye, one of them lost an arm. Like, but they were still, like, existent and remembered. But Sora and Ren are gone. They're donezo. I didn't know the clock guy from Limbus Company was from Limbus Company. Yeah, that's why he's called the clock guy from Limbus Company. If you look at the main, the key artwork for Limbus Company, you see the clock guy from Limbus Company on the key art from Limbus Company. That's how you know he's from Limbus Company. Because he's sitting right behind the words Limbus Company. As such, should the influence of Ryoshi and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? See, but it's weird because, like, at least with Sora and Ren, other people can, like, acknowledge that she exists. Catherine was, like, fully wiped out from existence. That sucked. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power. Oh, did you remember? Sorry, did they remember Kanto 4 as well? Huh. Uh-oh. It's starting to rain, like, really bad. Hold on, I'm gonna take a gander. How bad are things outside? I might be cooked, bro. I might be cooked. This shit looks like I'm in Wuthering Heights. This is awful. It's bad outside. But oh wait, I'm not in reading mode. There we go. Ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. You're right, that is Edmund Macmillan. That's what he sounds like. He does a mean clock impression. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with the gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongy would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongy? Yes, bongy. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing, even at the terminal stage when exposed to kitchen... Okay, the rain's getting really bad. I hope that that's not getting picked up by the mic. Yikes. If it is, I apologize. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell, at the end of the Inferno, at the end of the Dante's Inferno. Whoa. It's starting to thunder outside now. Am I gonna die tonight? Holy. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Aspects? Like, never mind. No one will get that reference. I still have no idea what exactly aspect means or whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. At the end of the Limbus Company 2012. Yeah, man, Limbus Company's gonna end in 2012. It sucks, I'm gonna miss it. Sorry, 2022, I can read. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but when my memory's gone and that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. Is it a void? Of time? Of life? This is an esoteric reference that no one will get. What it means or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Alright, yeah, there's the overarching plot reminder. Move on. Malkuth Durante, you figure that out yet? I'm pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision. Rodian's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off of them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You will be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. Oh, that's a flash of lightning. As for Rodeo, wait, did she just stuff all the pastries and bread she brought into her pocket? Hold on. I was getting food for the entire playthrough up to this point. What happened? Alright, so basically, there's this guy called Dante. And Dante, they lose their head. They get jumped in the woods, they get mugged. And then 12 bisexuals get off a bus that's shaped like a train. And they kill the people that were mugging Dante. And then the woke mob kidnaps Dante and brings them into the bus and says, "We are Limbus Company. You must feed us. We only eat branches that are gold." So then they go around the branch, the remnants of this old mega corporation called Lobotomy Corporation, which is basically like National Grid, like the electric company, but they dealt with spooky monsters. They milked them for green milk that made electricity. But then something happened that I don't know because I didn't play that game yet, and they blew up the National Grid, and all the branches are go bye bye now, bye bye, gone, yummy, I eated them. But inside the branches, there are branches, and those branches are gold, and we need those gold branches to feed the sinners because they're hungry, and the sinners are the woke mob that I mentioned earlier. And all these branches are coincidentally around things that are relevant to the past of the woke mob. So you learn about the past of the woke mob, and then you cry a little bit because they're usually pretty sad, and then you get the branch, and then we move on, and then the cycle continues. And it's really awesome and cool. And now we're going into the part of the story that is going to be focused on the 6'7" autistic man with massive pectoral muscles. And this is, we're in between two of the big chapters. The last one focused on a woke single mother with dementia, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really like it that much, but the next one is probably gonna be cool because we don't know anything about the big autistic man yet. So it's kind of like Dark Soul of the U.S. Postal Service. Exactly, you're getting it now. You're getting it now. And Otis's group. Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. The LCD. Then that guy over there must be. Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different than what I remember. Faust. There's a guy here. Can you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. No, I wouldn't say it's not serious. Vague Post King over here. Sorry, Vague Post Monarch. Whoa. Bam, 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 bam. So yeah, this is where we get kidnapped by the woke mob. This is where we deal with the war veterans' trauma. This is where we deal with the normal-ass woman's trauma. This is where we deal with the Twink's trauma. Then we go get some KFC. Then we fuck around for a bit. Then the poet, who is deeply depressed and carries melancholy deep within his soul, we get his trauma. Then we go have a beach episode. Then we do Moby Dick. Then we have a Christmas episode. Then we turn Japanese. And then we get one of the best ones in the game. And then we get Daylight Savings Time. And then we do the Polar Express. And then, I mean, that's just kind of spoilers right there, but that's my favorite character. We get this one. Then we go to the doctors, and then we stay up overnight. And then the rich twink, his family sucks. And then we play Uma Musume. And then the mom has dementia. And then we're trying to fix the mom's dementia. And now we're getting MNESTIC. Is it just a storybook, or is there's a video game as well? There's a video game. Okay, but we're not going to see it in this chapter. This is another dialogue chapter. It's half visual novel, half turn-based RPG, and it's all really awesome and fun. There's my favorite one. There she is. Oh my god. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Do you really think I could make multiple, like, many hour-long streams of just reading? I'm not that entertaining. Also, like, there's just... I would just do it on my own. I would just be reading it, like... Listen, I'll be honest, I'll be playing LIMBUS Company with my boobs out, bro. Like, Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. He managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all the... Arm and hand signals. What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? Audiobook. You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! Crash. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of a military training would have recognized the hand signal that basic. But we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou must meanest. I can't focus. There's thunder happening outside. Game language is quite harsh. Oh yeah, they say the fuck word sometimes. I really... Hold on, how... I'm peeping out my window again. Oh, it's coming down out there. Holy, it's coming down out there. Alright, we have two time limits on the stream. One before I bake alive, and two before the thunder strikes my house directly and kills me. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under... After all the... I can't focus, bro. Your evacuation sirens kind of speeded up. Bro, I'm cheering thunder. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead. You're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals? I don't even think Dante would know what those signals mean. Yeah, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! I have to do an Ezra voice now, god damn it. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. I like his song, but he uses big words I don't understand. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams. That's all after teams take care of. Holy shit. Is Ezra the Jar Jar Binks character? No, Ezra's actually a very important legacy character. Okay, so this series has a long storied past. There's Lobotomy Corporation, the first game, which is like a monster management simulator. Then there's Library of Ruina, which is very similar to Limbus in terms of general gameplay, where it's like turn-based and you can roll dice and shit, and it's a deck builder. There you go, jingle 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 keys, deck builder. And then there was two visual novels. There was Distortion Detective, and there was Leviathan. Distortion Detective is where she's from. Her, Moses, Vesper, I think they'll all show up in this chapter. Fucking... That provides more lore and insight on the world. And then Leviathan is where kind of like the main... kind of... How do you even describe Virgilius? I want to say wise mentor, but he doesn't mentor anything. He's just kind of there, and he's gray, and he's cool. That's where the other guy's from. Maybe we'll see him, I don't know, he's kind of a bum. He kind of likes to sit back all the time like a bum. There was also a third one called Wonder Lab, but I think that one had some copyright legal issues, so it's not really canon at this point. I don't know. But, no, the Jar Jar Binks... Who's the Jar Jar Binks? Who's the joke character? I don't even think we really have a joke character. Every character is kind of serious and awesome. She's a little silly, though. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside the building. This is the big autistic man. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper! And that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. In this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Now let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? How is this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Oh, wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? No, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, I mean Mr. Bamboo had to Kim. Oh my fucking god! Kim. That's right, Kim's in this intervalo. Fuck it. Okay, Kim is another legacy character. He was just some random enemy you fought in Library of Ruina. Just some fucking, just whatever. Who cares about him? He's just there. And then he comes back in an intermission chapter in Limbus, where he's like the main boss of that chapter because he's turned evil, he's distorted, he's been corrupted, he's become monstrous. And then he has a playable version that's based off of him that was like ludicrously powerful for such a long time. And now he's back. And now he's on our side. Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised when you see just how okay he is now. But last time he said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Engdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Ah, that? That is Lisa the Painful. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Creek. You have arrived. I had to do an Engdu voice too? It's blinding! It's so bright! The midday sun is pouring in like crazy! Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. They brought that line back in from the collab. Oh god. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it made me silence. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Did you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Gotcha. Click. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. That's him. That's Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Normally he wears the bamboo hat, and you don't see his face. But you see his face now. Mentor, Blade Lineage, Psycho Mantis, Revolver Ocelot, Metal Gear. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. See, that should be like a bigger moment, because like we've never seen his face up to this point, despite him appearing multiple times across multiple games. But this community is like dominated by like 12-year-olds, and they all posted his face on Twitter like instantly. So yeah, I saw him the hour after the update dropped. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-Hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different, but this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. So you like the LIMBUS friends, but you don't like the specific game. No, I like the specific game. I haven't played the other games yet. I own them. I played a little bit of Lobotomy Corporation. But that game is stressful and puts a lot on your mind, so... Because, okay, Lobotomy Corporation, you every day you get a new monster in, and that monster has its own set of rules, likes, dislikes, different ways that you need to take care of it, different ways you need to deal with it, different times you should and shouldn't deal with it. A whole bunch of different arbitrary conditions, and juggling all that gets a little strenuous. So sometimes I don't want to come home from work and then play a game that's more work. But I'll play it eventually because I do really like Project Moon's games, and I want to get the whole story. But it's a commitment, bro. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yup, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he's really the same guy. So in reality, it's like the Bloodborne in the US Postal Service. Exactly, now you're getting it. Oh, that fire in your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you... okay, can we check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man who we fought. Just look what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. And dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. Skibbity dop dop dop, yes, skibbity da blue loo dip dip type shit. That's what I'm saying that all the time, bro. Like, I'm always saying that. I told them you were a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you were a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you could say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truth that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine, by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... Ooh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell me, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know! Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the LIMBUS Company. Why dost thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one! Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Doesn't hear you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Engdu's apparently— BIG SHOT! Wall. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they sprout this nonsense about distortions and all, then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. Then the other day, they were on again about, what's his name? Golden Bows? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Engdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you were in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Meet the bamboo pant-headed Kim. Look at his face! This is the man that I was fucking terrified of back in Kanto 3? Are we dead ass? The first lore update here for people who are not longtime fans of the Brilver Lobster YouTube channel. My first videos that even inspired me to keep making content on Limbus were on the Yield My Flesh intervallo. The intervallo about this fucking guy, where I spent the whole thing terrified of fighting him because BL Merceau made me terrified of him. Because BL Merceau is so ridiculously strong, I was like, okay, Bamboo Hatted Kim has to be just as strong, right? When I fight him, he's gonna knock my dick off. He's gonna flatten my balls. He's gonna squeeze my ballsack. And this is him. This is the guy. This is the guy I thought was gonna grab my nuts. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can- wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl! I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I could trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where you reached the part where they invited you toward the department. I love these two. I don't like fucking immaculate timing. I love these two's dynamic, and then Wheel. I don't like the bootlicker small character. This is really funny considering she was so serious and sullen in every other appearance we've seen her in. This is it's a complete 180, and it's very silly. You don't find whimsical characters like this often in this series. You gotta appreciate them when they show up. If you don't appreciate the small bootlickers, then you can't appreciate the fucking psycho dictators. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh yeah, by the way, last chapter her arms got ripped off, both of them. She has fake arms now. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms! You have them again, that's right! Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both of her arms. I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthetic she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts and one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Dude, her arms are so cool. The Ishmael ID looks so sick. I really want her even though I don't have any Blade Lineage IDs. So, the way that all the characters work in this game is your roster only consists of the 12 sinners, the woke mob. You only get those 12 characters. However, now here's where I pull back the curtain. This is a gacha game. Now, before you say anything, before you say, aren't you the guy that swore off gacha games? I am. You don't need to summon in this game at all. You can just buy the units. Not with real money, with in-game currency you can earn at a very fair rate. If you play the game, you can just unlock the characters. You can just unlock the IDs. Small doesn't even fit into the jacket. No, it's armored. It's Kevlar. But so you only have the 12 sinners. You can't summon more characters. But what you do summon are these things called identities or IDs that you equip to the characters, which essentially turns them into different characters. And it's actually a really cool system because we get to see how the themes of one character relate to the themes of one of the sinners, or get more lore on both the characters and the sinners through the IDs. And Ishmael here got an ID based on Engdu from this intervallo, where we get to see the prosthetic arms, we get to see her swordplay in action, and she's kind of tough. I'm kind of hoping that she ends up fighting alongside us in this chapter. Because, she cool. Such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Can we never mention Siegfried again? I hate that guy. Yeah, the showcase would have gone lackluster without the trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. No, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Oh, Psychonauts. Kinda? No, Psychonauts is the distortions. The distortions are Psychonauts. Bamboo-Hatted Kim essentially had a Psychonauts chapter. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching in his chest. The big jacket one is so large. No, she's massive. She is so tall. She's taller than Merceau, and for a while, Merceau, the big autistic man, everyone was always joking about how tall he was compared to everyone else. It's so funny. And Ezra being the tallest character we've seen so far, compared to Don Quixote being the shortest character we've seen so far, it's really funny. It's really fun. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. Yeah, so prosthetics are like a big thing in Project Moon. In the city, which is where they all take place. Losing a limb or something is like no big deal. You could just get a prosthetic and it functions just as well, if not better than the original, to the point where there are some people that will willingly replace like their entire body with prosthetics. Sinclair, however, is really, really uncomfortable with prosthetics, and that's part of his whole backstory, because he met a baddie who was low-key racist to prosthetic users and like genuinely like went on genocides of them. And so prosthetics are a very rough subject for him. Yeah, that's what happened. That scene is what happened. That's part of why he's so uncomfortable. Sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. Aw, good for him. He's growing up. He's a strong, growing boy. You could thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon. Any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I can read, I promise. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Getting the robot arm, Sinclair. I think Sinclair is actually one of the only characters that doesn't have any ID with prosthetics. I think all of his IDs lack prosthetics. Which is actually really... Hold on, let me verify this. Let me check this. Computer, show me Sinclair IDs. Sinclair Limbus Company wiki. No, give me the good wiki, not the bad wiki. There we go. Base, Zwei, Mariachi, Talisman, Molar, Zwei, BL, One Who Grips. Yeah, he has no prosthetics across any of his IDs. That's cool. That's a cool detail. Oh, please, girl. We watched for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through the things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Isn't photography, like, illegal in N Corp? That could explain why there were so many photos stuck around the place. Probably? This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Oh, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Merceau's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though! It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yeah, I went back in. With a quiet nod, Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. But he's from N Corp. How... Unless all the PM LARPers are just wrong and, like, giving me incomplete info. I thought the photography and filming and all that was, like, taboo in N Corp. In PM terms, taboo means illegal, and if you violate a taboo, you're dead. You're done on the spot. Like, you're fucked. You don't violate a taboo and just walk away. No, you're fucked. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Were you involved in the war too? How many of these fucking characters are involved in the war, bro? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I were both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all of her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Is this the same Otis as Barnyard? This lore is complex. Close, actually. It's actually Otis from the Odyssey. Every character is based off of literature, like Don Quixote being based off Don Quixote, or Merceau being based on The Stranger, or Gregor being based on Metamorphosis, or Yi Song being based on... Well, I mean, that's an author, less of a character, but the poems of Yi Song. And like Otis being based off of the Odyssey, and like Dante being based off of Ultra Kill. You know, it's really fun actually how they adapt the original stories and kind of translate them into LIMBUS terms. Like Ishmael, for example, Moby Dick, chasing that whale kind of ruined her life. Fucking actually maybe this is a bad example because I didn't read Moby Dick. I can't really fucking draw the parallels one-to-one, but they got Captain Ahab, and there's a whale, and they got harpoons. It's just like Moba's dick. I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby. It didn't seem like any of the other center teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante's the infernal because yeah, you're getting it now. See, now you're getting it. You're getting into it now. You're getting it. Dante is asking whether the distortion Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. I swear to God, I can read, but it's reading aloud that trips me up. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is going to take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, maybe less of a mathematical term and more of a specialized polysemy, referring to the point at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yeah, sure, you saying. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or a cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? That's the Psychonauts. Dante does Psychonauts. You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yeah, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart and knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I first heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all tripped into commission all kinds of agencies like the ZWI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right. The job got passed on to us. I'm not gonna take this fucking intervalo seriously if you keep talking about goddamn Butter Street. Meaning the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. I'm sorry, when did we deduce that the photos were causing distortions? When was that deduced? I know that we have the camera roll, experiment number, whatever, but like, alright, I guess it's the camera that makes you evil. Ezra gazed down at people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits, the logo on the collar of the uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? We're in N-Corp, dumbass! Come to think of it, wasn't Merceau? I was once employed by N-Corp. You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight? When does Otis update the autopsy report? Her Canto is going to be after Merceau's, so in like probably about 6 months. Do you know who those guys are, Merceau? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Cloud. Merceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you could tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Oh, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if he just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Treat him like a person, that's fucked up. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Huh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is the dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Merceau. Maybe this will be easier to answer? From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Merceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing on me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There's no such thing as an objective point of view." Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Merceau's reaction caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way to the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," like usual. Yes, manager. I'd presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? No way, they don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Masengdu? What are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings, for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet. Let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Works details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address fucking Butter Street. So, are the photos indeed a taboo? This is the place. Which means all this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last! Had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective? Forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rhodia, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our detective, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. They didn't want to make new artwork. They didn't want to draw everyone in detective outfits again. Those fucking cowards at Project Moon. How dare they? Finally, some fucking gameplay in my video game! Oh my god! Okay, we don't have Ryoshu, Rhodey, and Heathcliff. Anyone that wasn't in the cutscene. So how am I doing this? I mean, this functions as a bleed team, I guess. I mean, Enclair isn't really anything crazy. I can't really throw a sinking team together out of this, because I don't have any of the sinking Otises. Financially load-bearing text box. Every text box in this game is load-bearing. I can't even use Blade Shoe because I don't have Ryoshu! But I also want to field my 2 Blade Lineage members for increased currency. I mean, I can run this. I don't want to use Enclair though. He's gonna piss me off. Yeah, fuck it. I'll run this. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from certain canisters containing the film rolls Sinclair picked up. There are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Mengdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that. If I had wits, holy, I don't get it. Because the last few streams, I was actually doing fine with reading, and now it's like I'm a fucking first grader, bro. I don't know what happened, but I just like I can't fucking read aloud. I don't know when it happened. Whatever. Let me get a sip of water. I'm parched. Maybe that's what it is. I'm so refreshed now. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. Is that like a higher part of the Blade lineage? But Master, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Engdu. So it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I didn't mean it that way, Engdu. What the fuck just happened? I don't know. I don't care. I didn't play Ruina. I don't understand Blade Lineage and Karakumo. I don't know. I don't wish to recall my past. TLDR. I'm aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries when you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hands. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly! This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were poking me with the scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Engdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. I like visual novels now because I've been shoveling Ace Attorney games into my maw for the last 3 years. Bro, I have to play Ace Attorney. I never finished it. I never finished Great Ace Attorney. I never finished the normal Ace Attorney games. I never finished them. I never finished them because I'm a fat, illiterate chud, bro. If hearing my sharp-cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering? This guy's a fucking bum. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where is all that dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had? Young Engdu. That'd be so fun to run, dog. Bro, I gotta run him. I gotta run him. But I'm a chud. There is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with the laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced, and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness mentor's truth. You may witness. I have a fucking degree! I'm struggling to read basic sentences. Okay, you know what? Actual excuse. Right before the stream, I did that thing where I fell asleep. Right before the stream, I did that again. And I'm still waking up. That's my excuse. That's my excuse this time. If fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Enkidu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging at his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." Forsooth, thou too has been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears the advanced party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time. Whenever I saw the N Corp employee, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden, pop! A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and so bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Ow. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Hijinks ensue. It's time for hijinks. Hey, where the fuck are we? Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Enkidu? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Are we in Escort now? Where the fuck are we? This place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante, though it generates a considerable sense of... I'm not even gonna try with that one. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, even the air we breathed. Is this... Fathoms? This is Fathoms! Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. We're in Psychonauts! There are completely different distortions where N Corp employees were just a moment ago, Executive Manager. This is exactly it! This is what I was trying to explain! Wait, those are cool, that's cool. That's cool, that's a cool design. That's just cool. That's just cool. Shotakun. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us, with dragging uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Enkidu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chunaks of Escort Chudakuns of Escort twice. I've been reading that word wrong since Honglu got revealed, bro. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager, wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Finally, some gameplay in my video game! God damn. Ooh, wait, they're fucking cool looking though. I love the real photographs, that's so cool. Chodakun incapacitates. In head-splitting memory. It's like a slower but stronger, okay. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q Corp singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as means of communication to distant allies. Okay, so they got fucking shades. Avulsion wound. I don't care. Throwing the OSHA bond. Jumbled memories. So what the fuck are these guys? Assist defense. That's gross. Oh shit, we got both of them! We have Ezra and Undo. What the fuck? What are the 7 colors? Fire type, ground type, no. So, every attack has an elemental affinity based on one of the 7 deadly sins. These affinities usually correspond to a status condition. So there's Wrath, Lust, Sloth, Gluttony, Gloom instead of Greed, I don't know why, Pride, and Envy. And every unit has both physical attack affinities and elemental resistances. So, looking at Otis here, for example, her skill 1, pretty epic. It is! Her skill 1 is a Gluttony slash skill. So, it'll do Gluttony damage and slash damage. These guys, I mean, we can't really see their resistances because we haven't fought them yet, but it's like Pokemans! And using a skill of a certain affinity will give you a corresponding ego resource of that sin affinity. So if I use this pride skill, I'll get a pride resource. And these resources are used for ego, which are attacks that clash higher. Now, what is clashing? So when 2 skills are targeting each other, they clash. And the way clashing works is you take the skill's base power, which is that first number you see, and then you flip coins. Every coin that hits heads will add its coin power. In this case, Merceau's skill here has a base power of 4 and a coin power of 4, and 3 coins. Every coin that flips heads will add +4 to his clash power. Once all the coins are flipped, the higher number will win. Whichever side wins that part of the clash will take a coin away from the other side of the clash. They will then flip coins again, and this will repeat until one side has no coins remaining, in which the winner of the clash will use their remaining coins to actually attack and deal damage. Now, how do the coin flips work? Every unit has sanity! Your sanity starts at 0, and at 0 sanity you have a 50-50 chance to roll heads or tails. For every point of sanity, that is a 1% chance to roll heads. For every negative point of sanity, because sanity can go to the negatives, that's a higher chance to roll tails. The max you can get is positive 45 sanity or negative 45 sanity. You want to be at positive 45 at all times, barring a select few units that have minus coin skills, which will reduce coin power, so you don't want to roll heads, but that's not relevant to this discussion. Ego tend to clash higher. They don't do a lot of damage, but they do have very powerful status effects associated with them. And they also give you a passive buff after you use them. They also cost a lot of sanity to use to kind of balance them out. If you don't have enough sanity to use in Ego, you can corrode it. The corrosion will genuinely have more volatile effects, but it can also target your own allies. So basically, you want to have bigger numbers than the opponent. Now there are various ways to get bigger numbers. Like I said, there's sanity, but also a lot of skills will have coin power conditionals here. You see Merceau's skill will give you extra coin power for every bleed and sinking on the target. Those are status effects. So every unit kind of has a ramp up as well. That's just kind of standard for units these days. Wait, I like this Limbus friends. Yeah. This type of encounter is where Limbus shines. This is a focused encounter where you can manually target skills. A lot of the early encounters, or just like random unimportant encounters, are, well, there's not an official name, but people call them like unfocused, where instead of manually chaining skills one by one to wherever you want, you just kind of drag from left to right. That's a much simpler, faster type of battle, but all the like important like good battles in the game are focused encounters. Unfocused encounters are typically just for like random waves of mooks, random fucking goons. But that's not all. Every unit, okay, what's a good example I could use here? I'll use KK-ish. Every unit has not only their 3 skills, which you get 3 skill 1s, 2 skill 2s, 1 skill 3, and a defensive skill you can activate at any time by clicking their little icon that won't deal damage typically, but will let you evade or block an attack. Fucking... No way, high roll. Oh my god, dude, Lumos? Lumos in my stream? Holy shit, this never happens. Dude, I got Lumos and Wheel in my stream, this is awesome. It's all my good buddies. Hi guys. Fuck, where was I? Oh yeah, so they got their skills, but they also have passives. Some units just have standard passives that activate automatically, but a lot of passives will require ego resources. You see, you see Ishmael's passive here, he needs 3 Lust Resonance. Resonance means he needs to have that many skills chained. So if I have 3 Lust skills ready to go here, that's 3 Lust Resonance. Resonance will activate Ishmael's passive. There's an active passive, but there's also a support passive that activates when a unit is not on the field. So, remember how I said earlier that your team will always consist of the 12 sinners, the 12 woke mob entities? All 12 of your sinners are relevant at any given time in battle, even if they're not directly on the field contributing, and that is so fucking awesome. That is why I love LIMBUS, because the team building is so cool, it's so fun, it's great. This is awesome, I don't know if the game is about, but have fun. Thanks, Lumos. Bye, Lumos. Man. So that's your TLDR on LIMBUS combat. There's also this funny button, but don't worry about that button. And of course, if all that is too stressful, you can press the win rate button, which will give you high clashes automatically, but it's typically not very good in focused encounters, because it'll just let certain attacks go through automatically. So I don't like using this button in focused encounters, because it's very stupid. You don't always have assist units either. They're here because story reasons. This has just been like a trend recently, but it's cool. Fucking anything else I gotta talk about? I don't know. If anything else is confusing, just let me know. But I want to kill these guys. I want to murder these guys to death. They must die. That's Ongdu. Can I get a better clash than that, actually? No, because it's targeting Ongdu. Whatever. Oi! So, there is an ID for Hong Lu based off of these enemies. Holy shit, Ezra rolls so high. Is any battle gonna be hard in this intervallo with Ezra? That's crazy. But, yeah, Hong Lu has an ID based off of these Chonakuns. It looks really strong, but I didn't like pay attention when reading his kit, so I don't know what he does. Teehee. Oh, I can get out of reading mode. There we go. My tacky ass overlay. You know, I probably should have saved the skill 3 for when I had stacks on Otis, but it's whatever. He didn't even die, that sucks. Oh shit, what do you have here? Oh, that's your stupid passive from Kanto 9, whatever. I can let Dawn kill you to get her stacks maxed out. He's not gonna win that clash though. There we go. Is it possible to spam Wrath moves and Gorilla Rage Mash everyone? Yeah. You can, but it just depends on what team you build. My Bleed team here mostly wants to use Lust skills, because Lust is the element that corresponds with Bleed typically. Ooh, you're gonna defend that guy, actually. You have assist defense. Oh, that's not assist defense, actually. Okay, whatever. No, Ezra's faster than me. She's gonna steal the kill! Big and greedy. I want Dawn to get this skill because it'll max out. She has this passive called Hard Blood. It'll max out her Hard Blood. Minimum 150 damage! Fuck off! Big and greedy for no reason. Oh, they're weak to slash, okay. Of course they're weak to slash and pride. They want you to use fucking Blade Lineage Merceau. Whatever. Yisong might stagger here. Bam. Big and greedy, and for what reason? I hate you, Ezra. Yisong didn't stagger. Whatever. Oi! And see, what's also even cooler is the ID system has a lot of like really cool lore behind it. It establishes a lot about these characters, just like based on the skill affinities and everything. Limbus recontextualizes what a lot of these 7 deadly sins mean. Fucking, like, sloth, for example, isn't just being lazy, it's being unmoving in personality, right? Where you will not change as a person unless forced to change. You will not bring yourself to change. You are just fine staying the way that you are, right? So, there's fucking, what else? Pride is like always moving forward on your own. Fucking gloom is just staying in misery and letting yourself sink deeper and deeper. They spent them making everyone's detective arts of the camera in combat. Dude, okay. I'll get back to that in a second. But those recontextualized meanings of the 7 sins are reflected in like the skill affinities and shit, right? Like you see lust and you're like, oh, what are they gonna fucking jerk off on the enemy to kill them? Like, no. Lust in Limbus is redefined as wanting to implement like a fragment of yourself in someone else or wanting to be understood. So lust is given to the Blood Fiend IDs, which are essentially vampires. And the Blood Fiend's whole thing is like continuing their species and shit, right? So it's like little things like that I fucking love. There's everything in this game is fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. All of it's so good. But the camera pisses me off sometimes, because last season they made a lot of units that are supposed to be like really cool and awesome and be so epic and powerful and fast. And to portray this, they made the camera just go apeshit, and it was really annoying and bad. You can't even see half the animations. And we just got an update that put like subtitles over units whenever they're speaking. And half of the units, you can't even read their subtitles because the camera's so zoomed in. It's really funny. That didn't kill! Oh my god, Manager Dawn is washed. Fuck, man, I miss when the Snyder jump cut. I miss when Manager Dawn was overpowered, bro. Oh, I don't even have Ring Hong Lu on this team, bro. Fuck, I miss Hong Lu. Whatever. That'll kill. That'll probably kill. Actually, I'm just gonna blow everyone up, I think. I think I'm just gonna kill everyone, I think, actually. I think I'm just gonna kill everyone with my kill everyone button, I think. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm just gonna kill everyone with that button, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill everyone. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna start killing people. Yeah, I'm just gonna start murdering people, I think. Yeah, it's your time. Yeah, I'm killing people. I'm killing you. Yeah, I think it's just over for you. Or I could only roll 1 heads, that's fine. Or I could leave people on 2 HP, that's fine. That's fine, I didn't want to kill anyone anyway, actually. You know, I'm feeling pacifist. I'm feeling like pacifist route today. I want to go say hi to my boy Azriel. I'm feeling pacifist today. I'm feeling pacifist today. I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling wholesome. I'm not evil. I don't want to kill anyone today. It's fine. Anyway. Gee, Lois, this is like that one time in Pokemon Champions. I gotta go pally later. Mewgenics. Tata wheel. Enjoy Mewgenics. I gotta play that one too. Fuck. Thank you for coming by. It was nice talking to you again. Bye bye, buddy. Hunter's Scouring. Ooh, that's a scary effect. Yikes. Whatever. I don't care. ID gaff. Lol. ID gaff. Lol. ID gaff. That literally can't kill. That sucks. Oh well. ID gaff. Lol. Damn. Blow up this guy, please. I need more SPL Manager Dawn before she explodes and dies of Ligma. Oh! Wait! She has the follow-up too? Funny. Oh, I don't think you need to go all out on these guys, Ezra. I think that's a little overkill. But these guys just don't die. It's so cool actually being able to tell what Manager Dawn is saying for once. She's so tough, bro. She's so tough. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Engdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Huh. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beaten up distorted ones reverse them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Engdu, I'll search here. Engdu, you go left. I'll go right. And Don Quixote? He'll just be Don Quixote. Ezra and Engdu moved about, as though they were used to this kind of situation. But without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Fucking domain expansion? Fucking reality marble? It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. And those people, they entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Hee hee. Yeah, I bet you wish Moses rubbed off on you. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With the call, Ezra directed our attention to the rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are... The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chinokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S Corp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. otherwise. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. Huh. The so-called taboo hunters of S Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey? So thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression. He be spitting low-key! If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S Corp has become today. Who's your favorite character from this? This one. It's this one. It's this one. It's Don Quixote. I like her. She's so silly. Wait, do I have the picture? Do I have the picture? Image. Add existing. Where is it? Yeah! 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 It's this one. It's this one. It's Don Quixote. It's this one. Does that answer your question? So just a lot of corruption and fucking around going on. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Don Quixote, isn't that the guy from the book? Lumos, I got news for you, bud. That's your Discord PFE, yeah. Lumos, they're all books. Ishmael from Moby Dick. Yi Song, the poet. Okay, no one else has really spoken in this cutscene, but yeah, all the sinners are based on books. Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. Faust from Faust. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of truth? Actually, isn't my profile picture right now Adachi? Yeah, it is. Oh fuck, wait, where's my tab? There it is. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of chodokins generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. Dude, I didn't realize. How dare you not keep tabs on my profile picture at all times? How dare you? Okay, I also need to move my chair, because the way that I'm leaning on it, it's keeping it, like, extremely creaky, and that's stupid. Faust from Guilty... Yeah, that one! I'm shocked to be able to make that joke. I thought he would have done that frame 1. Otis from the Odyssey. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. I'm sorry! It's okay, I forgive you. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S Corp and its Chunakuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chunakuns suggests a possible correspondence to Yi Song's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens the hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Hided Kim or Engdu's memories. Now, we'd be seeing Blade Lineage if it was one of them. We've already seen Kim's Fathoms, we know it's not him. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell in thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Pop! The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this? I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause of taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chodokins. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Well, what? Boss Clock found something? Yeah, I found where Bamboo-Hided Kim is right now. Dante is just playing FNAF at this point. All the centers are their cameras. Maestro. Flim. Oh! Finally! My whole team is back! 1, 2, 3... You can get the fuck off. Okay, I'm going to commit sin. I'm going to not use Manager Dawn. I know that that's like genuinely sacrilege for me, the #1 Don Quixote glazer. But like... Listen, I need my event currency, okay? Let's build KK Duo. This is actually the team comp that a lot of people are running these days for Bleed, and I'm curious to see how well KK Heath still holds up. Because I did glaze the shit out of him back in the day. But I think once N-Corp Ryoshi came into my life, I very quickly kicked him out of the picture. Well, let's bring him back. We're bringing him back! Yeah, I don't have any other BL members. I mean, I can... Oop! Yes, the button I wanted to press. Hold on. Merceau... Plus 60? That's not a WoW? Really? That should be a WoW. That really should be a WoW. That's my woke opinion. That should be a WoW. I just sent you an amazing GIF on Discord. That is a fantastic GIF, actually. Wait, how can I... This is on my second monitor. How can I... This one? Yeah. Seal. Gotta go up and have fun with this game. We should talk more about it. Have fun. I agree. We haven't spoken since like fucking April 1st. Goddamn. Dude, we gotta talk about Digital Circus finale. We gotta do that. But yeah, go play Ghost Trick or whatever. Get dragged into the Ghost Trick dungeon by wheel. Have a good night, new boss. Ta-ta. This brings me up to 100%, which is good. And now I can do that. That. Boom. Dude, we do. Bro, I have so many thoughts, but I'll DM you later. Later, tomorrow, sometime. I don't know. IDK, lol. IDK, lol. Got up to the tragedy. It was so fucking good. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, that was a good bat sound. Bloody hell, what's up with these kids? I'm not doing that. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. Things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault! Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, isn't it? If they walked off something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, but now everyone's itching to swipe the hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, how many bloody months are you locking to milk that? Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies? Is that the end of your true performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine macchioli to go with it. That means rice wine, by the way. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD? LCD! That boy too excited to run a fade, oh my god. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having to dig at me? Oh dear! Such bold swings! Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those dopa-wearing people with a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murim tails never linger on the stage for so long, after all. Where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it. Are we gonna Melkuth Durante everyone else into there? Yup. God, I hate the Melkuth Durante. I really hate it. I really fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. It's such a bad plot element. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I don't like it. It's... You know what? It's okay. I'll be normal. I'll be normal for 2 damn seconds. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is going to be fine. How much fucking shit do I need to go shit mode? I'm 2 corpus short because I don't have Ring Merceau. That's whatever. Next turn I can rip off my clothes and get naked. Low-key, I think I'm trying to stay in reading mode. I think for intervalos, there's just so much text that, like... I'll just stay in reading mode. I don't know, I like my overlay and all, but like... Low-key, I want to redo my overlay. You know what, maybe I'll tie that in with the Marrow Evolution. Maybe at 200 subs I'll actually like revamp shit around here. Cause I don't dislike my overlay, but it could be better. Blue skill? Avulsion Slash? Is that gonna give me Avulsion Wound? Gasp! It's gonna give me Avulsion Wound! Oh, the Avulsion Slash! Oh, skill 1 rotation of Doom and Despair. Yikes. Can I get a yikes in chat? Yikes. No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine. I think gaze counts as a debuff, so... Yeah, it does. Good. That's neutral, that's dominating, and then fuck it. Just throw Ryoshu on there too. Why not? We like to have fun here after all. Boosh. God, okay, that does a lot of damage still. That wasn't enough debuffs to do the follow-up? Faust? What if Balbina had a built-in emote where she ripped off her clothes and got naked? Yo! I mean, okay, she's a 0 SP. But still, come on. Does that still count? Okay, she still gets reflection. Type shit, you know what I'm saying? Memory transition. Turn on this one stack, units, 0 stacks. Certain units and effects transform? Wait, am I just not killing them fast enough? Is that what's going on here? I think I should start doing some more damage. Get some headshots in! You're not doing enough damage! Or something like that, right? Isn't that what they said in that one game? You know, the one from, Whoa. 0 coin power. What's going on here? Trust. What in the... Wait, this is crazy. Wait, this is insane! Is this what Hong Lu has? Fuck me, bro. Oh my god. Damn. Yo, am I late? A little bit, but like I'm also slow, so it's fine. What is up, Mountain Frost? Welcome back. Like, we're on stage, I think, 5. We're like 2 hours in, I'm on stage 5. Holy shit. Yummers. Bam. Wait, she has coin... Oh, because that's not a base skill, that's an ego, I guess? I see. Oh yeah, no voice line because she's a fucking hologram. Skinwalker. What? Hello? That's so fucking cool! What? That's awesome! Oh my god! You're just a different guy now! Nails. Oh. That's... Merceau has those gauntlets too. Is all of N Corp related to Noggle and Tamer? Huh. Like nail, like nail. God, that was so fucking cool. Holy shit. Is that just gonna keep happening? Memory transition. What is going on with the memory stuff? I mean, hasn't it been like a theory for a long time now that they did something to Merceau's memories? Ain't that a thing? Ain't that a theory? Ain't that a game theory? Actually, wait, hold on. There we go. And then Ryoshu. I completely butchered her name there. Oh my god. Wow, that was bad. Ryoshu can go there. Yeah, that's fine. Holy. I can't even lie, I thought I was about to die there when the camera went off. I was like, oh, I'm cooked, it's Jover. Nice 5%er, holy. Also, look at that, these guys are inflicting Tremor. Season, what's the next season? Season 8 Tremor, Season Real. It's happening. Alright, we've gone dog mode. Hey, why are you photographed? What's up? What's going on here? When using a skill of identical range to the skill photographed, clash power -5. Critique. Okay, well, I mean, that's a really cool debuff, but also, like, it's not really going to affect me because I'm not countering anymore. So, I degaff. Bam. 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 Hey, wait, why are you so fast? Stop that. Don't do that. Don't be so fast. I don't like that you're that fast. Bam, and... oh, fuck it. Use skill 1. Inframe subject.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
808!
그럼 안녕히.
He's so stupidly strong. Mm, 219, she's so stupidly strong. Kill.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh yeah. Very good, very good. So let me get this straight. Dude was just here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Azra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Azra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, I kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again. It's not like we'd stop him. Like, what are we gonna do, tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened, and the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to have mentioned that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us both hold our... The word both isn't even in the sentence. Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who locked down the elevator that leads to the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Oh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he did come back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, just in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. No, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day, one of the solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when no one gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. And it is proof enough. He's not one of us, so a clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were just about to get into battle, right? In it? Dude, I'm struggling so much reading today. I don't know what's going on with me. This is bad. This is like really bad. I should be like awake now. Then, what could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it. My boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt the fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, Boss could knock it back like a whale. He could throw it back like a whale. What? Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had him surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. The boss knew it would play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like the barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you were saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ends up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense, or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Would you care to provide any examples, Faust? Well, I mean, I guess... No, Heathcliff has shown moments of brilliance. Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. Welcome back, Mountain Frost. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Old man! Engdu hair upscale? Bro, Engdu hair upscale, Engdu arms upscale, Engdu assist unit upscale. Oh my god, Engdu is back. Oh, are you looking for a light switch? It's right here, you stupid fuck. Don't turn on the lights. I heard Merceau's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau? Where are you? Okay, dark rooms aren't that dark. You'll be able to see him. There he is. That corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Gregor age scale. He's so old. Didn't think you knew how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio, or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. This is the song from the ID reveal trailer, or the Intervallo trailer. It's so pretty, it's so relaxing. I love this song. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a what? A docugrapher? Yeah, sure, Marceau. Marceau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Court. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. That's the thing that everyone said that they gave to Marceau. So I'm guessing that this is like a pre-existing thing in PM lore. In either DD or Leviathan. I think that the working theory was that Marceau's memory was like fully wiped and replaced with canned experiences or something like that. I remember that theory really cropping up back when Crushbound Past first came out. I have a funny story with Crushbound Past. I was at work and I was bored, so I booted up LIMBUS Company and I did a 10 pull. I did one 10 pull on that banner because I wanted the T Corp announcer. And I got Crushbound Past. That's the end of the story. Docugrapher. That word has no flow. I know it's supposed to be like a combination of like documenter and photographer, a portmanteau, if you will. Docugrapher. It doesn't flow. I don't like it. I love Crushbound Pass. I need to use it more. I need to really bring it when I go to MD. I just always have Yearning Merkala on because I usually run Bleed in MD. But I gotta equip Crushbound Past more because it's I mean big nuke skill, big nuke ego. I need it. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer's solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. What do you mean now that you mention it? Do you have a GPS in your brain? Can you just tell? Yes, we are approximately 13 miles away from the photo studio. Like, what do you mean, now that you mention it? Shut up, Heathcliff. Check out these windows. They're only covered up by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are in light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people usually don't avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marceau came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Merceau's getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Merceau, you... Crash. Should have warned us way earlier. Understood, Manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. He's so stupid, but he's so smart. I love him. Cha-ching! Oh my god. The sound of a hammer driving a nail in. But what precisely is being driven in? The camera waylays the light on the given moment, then nails it onto rough paper for exhibition. Was the photograph taken as a record or remembrance? Perhaps a photograph's name ought to change depending on which purpose it's made to serve. After all, beams of light nailed down by a hammer, only to be recorded, never remembered, are pitiable things. With imprinted photographs, dead lights scream in despair, burned and blackened. The dead lights perish screaming where they are nailed, record the smile of someone standing in the photograph. Bars? Yeah, we are literally 5 stages in, oh my god. How many fucking stages are in this? Photos. Merceau's getting Levin's intervallo? I'd hope so. This is his introductory intervallo. It's leading into his canto. After the battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Engdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a warding robe at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in this space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp. Yeah, these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. Aw, does the war vet have PTSD? Honestly, you know, it makes for a pretty inefficient soldier. I think she needs to fix that. That's what she would say if it was someone else. But since it's her, it's okay. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and sudden jumps, except for Merceau, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop him? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Expert analysis from Dante, holy shit. Hey, you're holding that one upside down, dumbass. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? Oh god. The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I have a clock for a head? No. Marcel must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No. I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Dante's finally learning to use Marcel GPT. Bro, I was gonna say that earlier, but I was like, nah. I'm glad I'm not the only one seeing the connections. Just the way that Dante is asking Marcel questions. Fuck. Who among the sinners would use ChatGPT? Gisong wouldn't, Faust wouldn't. I feel like Dawn would use it until she knew how bad it was. Ryoshu wouldn't use it. Who's number 5? That's Marcel. Marcel wouldn't use it. Honglu would definitely use AI. Heathcliff would definitely use AI. Ishmael would definitely use AI. Sinclair would definitely use AI. Rhodium would definitely use AI. And then Otis wouldn't. Gregor... I feel like Gregor would be like Dawn. Faust uses the Gesellschaft that's like ChatGPT. No, Gesellschaft is like an old forum that only like snobby elitists go on. I feel like Gregor would use it at first until he realized how bad it was, just like Don Quixote. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician Sisyphe? There's no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe? Well, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they can never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experiences is increasing by day. That's so fucking sad. I think I really like this bit of world building for the city. That shit is so bad in the city that people would probably pay extravagant sums of money to just essentially, I guess, be like put in a simulation of sorts? A simulated fake experience where they could just kind of do whatever. Where they can LARP as a rich person. Where they can just destroy a fancy building. See, why is Yi saying sad that his comrades are dead? Just make them do a canned experience! You know, we're joking about ChatGPT, but like, I'm thinking about how people like deep in AI psychosis do shit where it's like, oh yeah, I recreated my dead relative in ChatGPT. And that's the same kind of vibe I'm getting from canned experiences. Like, could someone not, like, recreate a loved one through a canned experience? Fuck, that would suck. That would be so fucking miserable, actually. Holy shit. God, that would suck. Fuck, what was I saying? That's why they were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Converse the information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in realities in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls? What could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S Corp. That is, the S Corp from the past that only Kim and Engdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea! Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Engdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that could take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kinds? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshi, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Oh, wait! That's fucked up. You can't do that. You can't do that, Kim Ji-hoon. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Fuck you. Fuck you, I hate you. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. Oh no, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marcel had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? We're gonna go find the bread woman. Yay! Cans. Bro, we've had like 2 combat chapters. The Bread Queen? She's awesome. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held out for her and gave a quick nod. This man. He works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Oda showed the baker another photograph. Probably? He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform? This confirms our lead, Executive Manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, Executive Manager. Do you know the name of the regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? No, I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you were well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that seemed to chill down my spine. See, this is what I was talking about with like the AI psychosis. This is how those people talk when they're talking about AI and shit. They're like, oh yeah, I'm an AI artist. I'm an artist. I spend so long making my prompts and shit. Like, shove it up your ass. Like, you're not a fucking artist. The same way that you don't own that mansion and that your experience there doesn't fucking matter. It's like this is the type of mentality that AI companies are trying to like prey on. Fuck, bro. Kim Ji-hoon taking on the AI industry? Question mark? Man. Young Rousseau. Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? Oh, fuck. I might... Wait, maybe I was wrong on Dawn's opinion of AI. They may. However, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. No, Dawn, stop. Dawn, stop. Don't do it. Don't put up ChatGPT, Dawn. Don't do it. Dawn, put down Google Gemini, alright? We're banning you from using Claude. We need to stop, okay? Just put it down. Put it down. Oh, God. She got the Sora ID. It was right in front of our faces all along. We're so stupid. It should have been obvious. Damn it. Barely I confess my own soul's much time. Stop it, Dawn. No, you're better than this. It differs from pursuing a dream. Oh, he's angry. Whoa. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from baseline experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in a previous statement must also be amended. Huh. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from basic reasons by mixed very modified information. What the end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Refined on the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production. Not equivalent to genuine experience. Oh, Rousseau does have feelings. It's so strange seeing him express feelings. Memory is altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventurers and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. It's literally... Okay, it's literally AI. It's literally AI, bro. A genuine AI psychosis. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop towards it? Whether that annals its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. They sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Holy Jamal's gonna be hypercans on 10. No, I'm excited too. Just seeing what makes Merceau tick and the things that he reacts to, I feel like it's gonna be another story centered around memories like Ryoshu's, but I feel like it's also going to take on an aspect of dreams, of things that can't happen. Because, like, we already know that the whole deal with Merceau and the stranger is that, you know, he shoots his mom. Or no, he kills his mom. I think he kills his mom, but he also kills just a random guy. He just shoots the guy on the street because the sun got in his eyes. So I'm wondering if knowing that Merceau used to work here in N Corp, and N Corp does seem like this very work-motivated district, if he's gonna have like a crash out similar to what Ishmael had, where her stable working life ended up just kind of wearing down on her and grading her down. I wonder if it'll be the same with Merceau, where his stable work life ended up just being something that it didn't give him the fulfillment that he wanted, that he needed. And maybe he overdoses on canned experiences, and then that dilutes his actual sense of reality or something. Maybe he snorts the can, and then he thinks that the random Arab man on the street that he shoots in The Stranger is actually his op in real life. I don't know. But there are threads being woven here, and I'm excited to see how they're stitched together. Come on, lady, I practically cleaned out your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It is true to be scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. Who is this guy? It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! Ugh. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. I fucking love him. He's such a bum, it's so funny. Kind of Kim is so tough. I can't believe that, like, this is just what he is. This is just what he's like. That's fucked up. Manager. Merceau approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I've completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking? Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Oh, that's pretty cool! Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Oh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying, that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of NCorp's taboo. Ah, here come the claws. This is just like that one time in Cancel 8. Oh yeah, we're getting got now. 110. Oh, that's the first clear reward. Oops. Teehee. Oops. Mirsol. 60. God, I'm so glad I have so many people added that have BL Merceau. And Shadow Vested Blade Slinger. Ugh. I'm so fortunate. Oh crap. As soon as I registered Merceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time where Don Quixote had smashed that window of K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt fate. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every last bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we'd gone through so far. Miss Faust? What'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, we'll be fine. NCorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When NCorp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. Everything should be A-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Well, because I have developed the contents of the film roll in that dark room. Ah. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leaders said that NCorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, NCorp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away. And that could buy us more time or give our companies some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we were really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. Holy what is up with him? So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You could technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merceau, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyze these frames. Okay, fucking tiny build hello neighbor tweet. Yes, I'm sure Merceau will enjoy analyzing this frame by frame. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here. The flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly move the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort? Hold on. Soul read, right now, ready? The random photographs that they're taking, they are being stitched together to create a film reel. Each frame is actually an amalgamation of several different photographs. And they're doing this to skirt around the taboo, because technically, what the film is portraying isn't real. Boom. Soul read. If I'm correct, Kim Ji-hoon owes me 10 billion lunacy. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Ooh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow. The shadow cast on the windowsill. Oh my god. Do I have more water? I do! I have more water! Tasty. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure. But I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. And the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? Twin, add me on Limbus Twin. I'll put my ID on the screen after this node. That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager. We should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Whew! Wipes comically large sweat drop off of clock forehead. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Type shit. Ishmael top 1 center. She's top 1 actually. Holy shit, she's literally me. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he had ended up recording actual footage. That LCD issue for extra currency, I keep using support to get BL Merceau with the ego, because he gives more. Ooh. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck is he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreets to see? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. It seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he'd stop showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, isn't it? Backstreet's blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pin frame team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people who look like they're involved in what we're looking for. So it'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. But architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Fucking nerds! Uh-huh. Was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence. Please advise for... They also radioed each other? Glaring at people that they're glaring at? Like they're glaring at the fuck? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Alright, LCB, let's kill some people. So they don't have the fucking dimension change. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Kill, 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 super kill, 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 and, kill. Yep, seems like a good turn to me. Stop. Why? Why does he do this? Any whomst. Okay, is everyone gonna lose their clashes? It's so surreal seeing Merceau like actually react and have agency. And it's with such specific things too. It's all about stuff relating to memories. Okay, come on. What's going on here? What's going on here? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Boom. Boosh. Neutral. Okay, give me a big lust resonance here. Whatever. I mean, I was most excited for Merceau's Canso, but I was worried because he's such an emotionless character, right? He's so stoic. And I had the same kind of concerns for Ryoshu, because Ryoshu is also very subdued in her reactions, right? She's also very stoic. And Canto 9, I have my grievances with it. I don't think it was very good for Ryoshu as a character. I think it was way too scattered. And I think that there just wasn't really enough there to work with to make Ryoshu's backstory emotional, to make it grip me, right? To make it tug at my heartstrings. So I kind of had those same concerns for Merceau, but so far those concerns are kind of just being put to rest. Because what we're seeing is really fucking good. Like, we're seeing sides to Merceau already that we've never seen before. What kind of passing are you expecting from Merceau? I'm expecting a very subdued pass on from Merceau. Kind of like how Ryoshu's was very low-key, very calm. Dominating. Okay, these are all just... Fucking Engdu's got him. Oh, you're assist defensing him. They'll kill. Bro, I wanted that kill. Ezra's so big and greedy, and for what? RB dead ass, he's saying. Not a single heads. He's so chopped, I hate him. Okay, what are we doing here? What is up with this? 6 and 2? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, guys? Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Can we like lock in? Just a little bit, please. That's all I'm asking. It's just a little bit of just some oomph from you guys. That's all I need. Ooh, that's not rolling very high. Well, I'm looking away right now. I swear to God, if they're losing clashes, I'm gonna be angry with them. Hold on, I'm texting someone. Kids these days always on their damn phones. Fuck. Wait, hold on. I'm being Gen Z right now. Hold on. Okay, I'm done being Gen Z. Are you reflectioning? You're reflectioning. Good. You can go there. You can go there. Fuck it. Let's start clashing backwards, actually. Are you evil? You're evil. You're ready to go. Boom. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah. Use your fucking nuke skill on that guy with like 20 HP left. You're smart, Engdu. She's so smart. She has such a big brain up there. Boop. How? Ooh. Bleed team wall. Brother, you know me. You know I'm running bleed. What, are you upset that I'm not running Blade Lineage? The only Blade Lineage members I have are Otis and Dawn. Fucking cry about it. You use a full level 60 upside 4 Blade Lineage team like me. Brother. 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 Where's the fucking... Brother. 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 Oh, wait. I gotta remember. Fucking Mountain Frost wanted me to add, friends. Add. Can I just copy and paste it, or is it gonna be difficult? Control C. Control V. Oh! Yay! Ooh. Let this accursed creamer pierce through them. Oh, let's scroll through these. Let's see if you have any bangers here. Rev up those fryers. Show your unsolicited advice. Only I alone remain unashamed to use the name Creamer. I'll fire you into a cinder that cannot be filled. That's phallic. BL's a little weaker if you don't have the numerous O ego since it buffs the other BL members. That new ego does look crazy. I'm seeing BL Sinclair rolled like 21 on skill 1. I don't know what kind of crack they injected into that ego. But like, I don't have BL Merceau, I don't have the ego, I don't have like most of the BL, so I'm running bleed and I'm grabbing a support BL Merceau for the extra 60%. And I'm not fielding him because I'm evil and I hate him. Oy. Ugh. Oh wow, right into combat? In this intervallo? Really? Oh, you shouldn't have. It's like, I can't believe they're bringing back Blade Lineage in current year. That's fucked up. Like, I'm happy that they're doing it. I think that it's cool that we're getting... If we're not gonna get up type 5 for old units, it's cool that we get, like, an ego that'll... What the fuck, Ryoshi? An ego that'll, like, really buff them. God, my game looks so much better now. So, during the Railroad 6 stream... Or no, let me go even further back than this. Windows 11 is a great operating system, and it did this really funny thing one time where it automatically updated even though I told it not to update, and then it forcibly ejected my graphics card, which caused my computer to be unable to even like boot up properly. So I had to do some very stupid like fucking... I'd do some bullshit. I'd like go deep into the system files and whatever and fix it, but during that process I ended up reinstalling my graphics driver software, and ever since I had done that, things had looked weird. They looked different on my computer. Not like atrociously terrible, but I could tell something was off. I could tell something wasn't right. And I'd especially noticed it whenever I'd play my favorite hit video game sweeping the nation, My Hero Academia Ultra Rumble. Whenever the game would like try to load something in, I could see that frames were like blending together. And I was like, is this just like a weird way that this game renders graphics? Or is there something like going on? So I had kind of shrugged it off for a little bit. But then during the Railroad stream, during the Railroad 6 stream, I noticed it in Limbus, where I would see like buffs pop up and they would like melt into existence, and I'm like, this looks like when people make those shitty like 60 FPS AI interpolated versions of anime. And I was like, maybe, you know, it's the engine update, you know, maybe something weird happened with the engine update, and it's just misbehaving, it's just being weird. So I once again just ignore it. I'm just like, it's whatever, it's fine. Then I went and played. I started trying to replay Deltarune because I need to work on my save file, get like a good save file ready for when Chapter 5 drops, right? So I boot up Chapter 1 and I start moving around, and Chris is moving in perfect like 120 FPS smoothness. And I'm like, this is wrong, this is not good, it's supposed to look like shit, why does it look like that? So I pop the hood again, and I go through my graphics, my graphics driver software, and I realized that for some reason, AMD graphics has this built-in, like, image interpolation, like, enhancement. And it looks so bad. It looks genuinely so shitty. It causes the frames to blend together so much, and I hate that. I hate that more than anything. And it's turned on by default for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why it's on by default. It makes everything look worse. There was not a single time during that being on where I was like, wow, my game looks so good. It made everything look worse. It made Limbus look worse. It made My Hero Ultra Rumble look worse. It made Overwatch look worse. It made everything look worse. So I turned it off, and then Deltarune starts running in its usual, like, what, 32 FPS? And I'm like, ah, oh, perfect. It looks like shit now, thank God. And now I'm looking at it in Limbus, and I'm like, okay, this is chef's kiss. It's perfect. I just don't get, like, why are the enhancements turned on by default? Why was it so hard to even find them? There's like a graphics section, there's a display section in the AMD software that you'd think that would be in, and I checked that multiple times in the past just to be like, okay, is there something like actually going on here, or am I insane? And I'll be toggling settings in the display tab, just trying to be like, okay, can I fix this? Can I figure out what's wrong? And nothing that I had toggled would change anything. It's in a separate, like, hidden settings tab. Why? Why is it there? Why is it not in the tab that holds all the other settings about how things are displayed on your screen? Why is it in, like, the separate general settings? Like, why is it there? Why is it there? The point is, I turned it off, and now things look better because they're not trying to artificially look better. They just look how they're supposed to look now. I don't even know if the weird interpolation came through on the Railroad 6 stream, because my bitrate is not the best. But fucking, it was so weird, it was so weird. I hated it. But now I fixed it, and it makes me happy that I fixed it. I hate AMD so much. I wish that I had NVIDIA stuff, because things are actually compatible with NVIDIA, and AMD just shits the bed every other week. It's bad, and I hate it, and it's bad. But whatever. Deltarune soon indeed. I'm so fucking excited. Deltarune in, like, what, 12 days? Holy. I can't wait, bro. I'm so excited. I'm contemplating, like, taking off work for Deltarune. Like, that's just important to me. I don't know. We'll see. 1 HP. No, I shouldn't take off work for Deltarune. I gotta stack paper and get bitches or whatever. Okay, you can go there, and then you can go there, and 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 you can go there. Big ingredient for what, bro? I hate Ezra. Well, let me get a single kill.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
40% damage. That guy's kind of strong.
세 가지 제품을
Oh, we're going back to the evil mode.
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
We've already gotten 2 of the progress rewards.
여전히 반지의
How short is this intervalo? 'Cause I didn't feel like we've made much progress at all. Whatever. Give me Merceau, por favor, and thank you.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고
오이.
여유롭게.
Oh, fuck. My throat's already hurting, now I gotta do Ryoshu. Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Whew, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service to Cloud is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflict such as this. Evil mode? Evil mode. Evil mode indeed. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager? I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow a lead, they end up encountering us. Hardly a surprising rationale. Merceau stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence? I've seen that word before, but I just don't know how to pronounce it. But as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Merceau? I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness! Like he's some kind of a stranger? Sorry. I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager? Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say. But aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered, should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. Low-key barely understand the later half of the story. Too many theatrical and complicated sentences. I'm not literate enough. I mean, we do have a lot of characters that are very eloquent with their words, very esoteric lexicons, if you will. But fucking there are some things like in this canto so far where it's just like, okay, well, I guess we're going with that. Like, we deduced that the distortion is based on the photographs, or based around the photographs without any, like, build-up. They just kind of say it like it's true, and then it's like, oh, okay, I guess it's true now. But, I mean, I'm engaged. I think this is one of the better written intervalos so far. Just because we're getting a glimpse into Merceau's mind. And I'm engaged. I'm sat, bro. I'm locked. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, Could I have found myself in the smallest peak into Merceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah. Another battle is... oh my god. Holy, that one was bad. Another battle is imminent. As you previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. What the fuck did N Corp put him through? He's such a drone. Like, I want Dante to press him more. To try to get him to actually form a response. Instead of just going with it and just being like, yeah, okay, sure. That's something that even Dante acknowledged earlier that they shouldn't be doing, that they should be pressing more. And yet they're not. Yo, boss clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on the way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize these foes and head up there. Ah, gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Merceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell. Them blokes we fought downstairs. Oh my. The blokes we fought downstairs must have been weaker than the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Incorp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The Incorp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. Yo, by the way, they got that shit on. They got that shit on. Simple outfits, but they work. They're fucking rocking that. Fuck, bro. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. No, go back. What were you saying? One of them's a what? It's Merceau. It's Merceau. Who is he? What is he? Why is he? How is he? Where is he? Oh, bro, the real photos are like so good. I love how this thing looks. Really, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room is a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes. Oi! It looked similar to what we saw on the Chonakan's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! I'm so finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes opening, do. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. He's right. The video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as an incidental exposure Whoa, hold on. Or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators. Bro, I don't know what's going on with me. I can't read tonight. This is worse than usual. The N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. Yo, can you shut the fuck up, buddy? Like, hollow vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang! Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. Huffy! Oh my god! What is happening to me tonight? Am I okay? Am I good? Am I gonna die? Am I actually gonna die? I think I'm having a stroke, guys. Holy shit. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. Not a single soul expected Kim to look like this in the beginning. No, I didn't think we'd ever see what he looks like. The fact that we actually get to see his face is kind of crazy to me. And the fact that we get to kind of hear him speak too is a little crazy too, no? He was always portrayed as like this stoic badass, especially in B.L. Merceau's Uptie story. Or not Uptie story, just him. Just him. Just B.L. Merceau in general. So for him to be this whimsical little fucker, I mean, I like him, but it feels odd. Definitely feels odd, to say the least. All of you bloody consuming fake experience. It's just repeating stuff. That's what I'm saying! Okay, I meant to hit the mute button there while I coughed, but I accidentally hit the button that lets you monitor your audio, so I think my cough just played back twice as loud in the recording. I apologize if it did. Holy shit. I need to get a sip of water, too. My throat's in really bad shape tonight. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's allergies or just the fact that I haven't been speaking too much lately. My throat is killing me right now. Lost all of his aura at the start. He gained a different kind of aura, though. It's a different aura. Like, I still fuck with him heavy. I think he's really funny and stupid, but if you told me that this guy with Bamboo-Headed Kim, like, if you take off the nameplate, just show me his dialogue, I'm not saying that this is Kim. This is just some dude. I would never guess in a million years. Now, that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? Remember we thought this line of dialogue was going to be like Heathcliff or Merceau? Haha. I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I'd really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion, into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable? Unconscionable. Rude as hell, some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming blah 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 blah. Marcel, break the projector! In that split second, I think I saw Marcel's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Okay, this is what I mean. Marceau definitely, like, overdosed on canned experiences or something. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunikun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Engdu. Isn't it about time you both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. Yeah, this isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash... What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. Girl? As Marceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chonikun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh no, that's different. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. Not armor, and a great Huando of the Sol Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. God, I fucking love the photographs so much. This is so cool. I love stuff like this. I love when video games just put it in like real ass people. It's so cool. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyeong Eop. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, Chonikun began to swarm us. So I guess it's supposed to be showing Kim, like everyone that he had slaughtered or left behind or something like that. But we haven't really seen any like Blade lineage members or something that he had like slaughtered or anything. Hey, where is this guy? Ooh, the chanting. Ooh. 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 Marceau really got all the unserious characters as IDs. Lei Hang, the streamer in Kanto 7. You forget Camille's name? That's crazy. And Kim. You're right. I wonder if there's anything behind that. I wonder if Marceau himself used to be a very cheery and upbeat man before whatever happens in N Corp. Swordplay of the Homeland! Alright, time to read. At one stack, retreat a turn and transition to a different location. Into the field based on current battlefield of the Homeland. Gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat, swordplay of the Homeland Sol stack. When in battle form of the Homeland, Bear Hunt gain stack. When in Tiger Hunt, lose stack. Bear Hunt. So you're gonna gain stacks. Assume a different battlefield of the Homeland for 3 turns. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Im Gyeong Yop gains advantage at higher swordplay of the Homeland Sol stacks. The mountains of S Corp's District 19 are home to all manner of beasts, among them the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. Swordplay Sol. At min or max stacks, convert all coins to unbreakable. Skill-based power and coin power shift based on stack. I want to stack -6 base power plus 4 coin power? Oh. Wait, but he's using 1 coin skills right now, so that's good. I'm willing to bet that in his other battle style, he's going to be using coins with like skills with like a ton of coins. Dujang Brigand. How does he lose stacks or gain stacks? That'll be in his passives probably. Dujang Brigandine Sao. When getting this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of its used max HP for every stack. Minimum 1 round down. Does not expire turn end. Gain 1 defense level up for every 2 stack. Deal extra slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of its used max HP. Oh, cool. Passives, memory transition. So he's gonna lose stacks in Homeland. Yeah, multi-coin skills. Okay, yeah, I see now. So he's gonna give himself more coin power when he's using multi-coin skills. I see, I get it now. I get it, I understand! Take only -30% from statuses, okay. Gain the effects of Fixed Panic. When the Brigande expires, end the encounter. So I just have to break his shield. At least they're letting you know this time. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Changes do not mean the armors of such potency are readily supplied for common personnel. Each has their own unique controls and limitation for separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that as with all the aforementioned armors, once the riders familiarize themselves with the Dujang Brigande's extended reach and heightened power output, because impeded war charge was not going to propose to slaughter. Cool! Ancient war armor mech suits. Cool. Every 3 turns assume different battle style. Okay. All touches are met. Each part includes Bow of the Homeland Arrow skill. What the fuck? Zero lost all Clash of Dudes in a row. Oh, okay. In the turn after the turn in which the unit spent in stagger. When in low morale or panic. So many mechanics! Boss is rather popular, lots of fan art of them. I mean, he does look pretty tough. Dude, there's so much to this fight, oh my god. Gain the following effects at turn start. When in battle form of the Homeland Bear Hunt, at less than 5 swordplay of the Homeland, gain 5 minus swordplay of the Homeland's Fragile. At more than, when in Tiger Hunt, at more than 5 swordplay, gain Fragile equal to surplus swordplay past 5. Right, and in, okay, so when I get him to stacks that are opposite of what he wants to be in, he gets Fragile. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. On Clash Win, gain 2 points count. The unit skill is less than 5. If the target has less than 5 bleed potency, inflict 1 bleed, 2 bleed counted attack and that's fucked up. Apex Blade? Oh. She? Girl? Oh god, sorry, that was out of character. That was... Okay, cool, girl. Gain 1 point next turn. Gain current turn counted by 4 Clash power up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Sanity developed memories. Gain 1 fragile, deal 10% damage, 50% damage on crit. Double the effects inflicted by the coins. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, so what are you two taking care of? You got him. You're targeting the defense skill for some reason. and you have assist defense. So I can let one unopposed attack go through. I also just don't need to worry about these guys, because they're, Trust. I don't want to deal with trust. That sucks. Okay. I can just wait till Honglu gets his big skill. I'll be good. Okay, so Engdu's got you. Want to take care of you. Sword of the Homeland Sao. In clash with assist units, prioritizes sinners. If the target's skill is assist defense exclusive. Oh fuck. Clash start, lose 3 swordplay. On hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against target that uses assist, gain 2 swordplay. Okay, so we want to clash that directly right now because we want you to lose swordplay. Got it, Chief. Got it. Assignment has been understood. Holy shit, Ring saying actually just low-key sucks. Okay. Because we can let what's-her-name, Ezra, take care of one of these slots. But I want to clash. I want to get my SP. I want my funny SP. Bam. I can take that one, actually. No, I can't. I could take the counters, actually. Nope. Not really. Alright, let's see what happens. I feel like I should use Honglu skill 3 on the big gal, but it's fine. Yo, she's huge! What the fuck? She's massive! Holy! Faust. Thank you. Alright, so I guess when she's in blue form... Wait, how do you already have that? It's turn 1! Calm down! I'm not complaining. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so when she's in blue mode, let her clash with the assist units, and when she's in red mode, clash the red skill directly. Okay, I got it. You lost every clash. You're gonna arrow loose me or something? You're gonna use a special skill? Gain 3, lose 3. Wait, where's arrow loose? I thought you were supposed to use arrow loose after losing 2 turns in a row. Okay, I got it. Understood the assignment. Hold on, what does this do? Bear Spine Breaker? Power for every 4 bleed on target. Yikes! Slash lose my station damage, can't crit, can't stagger. Slash resist down. Yikes. 5 bleed and 3 bleed count? Oh my god, where's my Princess Rodian? Reassume stance and sword honing. So the blue one, when clashed by an assist defense unit, will make her lose swordplay. Okay, I see. So leave the blue one for Ezra. So I'm assuming she's just going to assist defense every turn, like in Kanto 9? No. Okay, there's always going to be an assist defense, I guess. So I'll leave that one open for, what's her name? Engdu. Okay, okay, I get it, 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 I get it. I understand, I understand. What's this counter do? That's not too crazy, actually. Ooh, but how am I gonna deal with that? That's actually not too bad. I can take that, I can take that. Let that one be clashed by the others. Yeah, okay, this isn't bad. Can I steal that from you? I could try. But you're fast, so you're gonna take that anyway. Oh, you're not actually. I'll attack the counter slot. Who cares?
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Now she's doing Unbreakable, she's kind of ruining my bleed stack. Oh well. It's fine. I know you don't get a follow-up here, right? Bro, what is the conditional for his follow-up? How many debuffs do they need? Yo, why is that one piece of the environment just like floating around there? Is that supposed to be there? That looks really glitched. I don't think this is supposed to be here. Or... oh no, wait, it totally is. That's just a photo in the environment. I get it now, I get it now. Targets enemy with the most bleed. Yikes. Like 5 bleed and 4 bleed count? Damn! Wait, so where's Arrow Loose? You lost every clash, didn't you? Wait, am I stupid? Hold the Homeland Arrow Loose. She doesn't feel like using it, I guess. You're weak to Pride and Wrath, because of course you are. Funny BL or so reference. Faust can do the funny thing. Oh god! That clash is really high, actually. That's better. Get some funny bleed count on you. Oh, acupuncture, like that one ID, you know the one. Blade Lineage Otis. Okay, I have an assist defense on deck. Who's targeting that? Are you gonna kill? Oh, you're gonna kill. 100% you're gonna kill. Are you evil yet? You are evil. That's good. Because you're gonna get SP boost from fucking what's her name? Rodians into the sunset. Okay, there we go. Good. This ego is so good, by the way. The healing, the SP healing is good. Ow! Bam, bam.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
There you go. There's the follow-up. That's what I want to see. Does this increase bleed count? I forget. Because my bleed stack's about to wear off on, what's her name again? Big gal. Looks like it did actually give some bleed count, which is good. And I do with the follow-up, god damn! Yo, this boss is gonna be, like, really fun to fight in MD, I think. Owie. It's just the projector. Okay. On. Do I just have to turn it off? Okay. Wait, this is actually pretty interesting if I do have to turn this back on. Or back off, rather. Having to, like, DPS race so that, Gyeongyop doesn't gain or lose enough sword play. That's... Wait, I fuck with that. Because then you kind of need to save some of your, Oh, don't even clash with that. Just kill the projector. Yeah, because then you're kind of encouraged to save some nuke skills to not just nuke the boss. At least I'm assuming that it works this way, at least. I hope we'll actually be able to do enough damage, but I don't think we will. Be able to one-turn it at least. Intelligence Obsession. You have an assist defense. Okay. So I'll just clash with one of them. And then kill the projector, kill the projector. Kill the projector. Okay, I get it. So I was exactly on the money. Okay, so now you're in Tiger style, so I want you to have more, because you're gonna hit like a oh my god! That's a 28, bro! You need to gain swordplay like right now. Holy shit. Oh my god, you need to gain swordplay. Oh, but you're at like minus 38. Fucking, I don't care what you do actually. I still want you to gain swordplay though. Yeah, I'll closing time these fuckers. Bam, bam, butcher ribs. I'm so scared. Oh my god, it's a roll 28, guys! I don't care. You have no sanity. Because you're stupid and you smell bad. I should use Sanguine Desire there, actually, to maintain my bleed stack. That's what... I'm realizing now that I don't use Sanguine Desire efficiently enough. Oh, wait, her bleed is getting kind of high there. Yo, 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 chill, 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 chill. You gotta chill, you gotta chill. Did she just double 5%? So the boss can double 5% and have it be good. Oh, when I double 5%, I lose the run instantly. I'm just noticing these things. Just a bit curious is all. Just a bit curious.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Bueno. Damn! She kinda hits like crazy. People think we're gonna get an idea of her? There's no way. Let's see here. Developed memories. Are you gonna reset your SP? Where was your fixed panic? Panic to turn and reset SP to 45? Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean reset to 45? That's a little bullshit, no? I panicked you, so now you get max SP. What are you talking about? I want to heal up real quick. Let me get a little heal going here. If you don't mind, pardon me, pardon me. Oh, actually hopeless. You sure about that? And of course I have an assist defense, right? Bueno. I don't trust you to kill. God damn.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
She's not dead, is she? No, okay, good. But that bleed stack is ridiculous. How am I supposed to come back from that bleed stack? Like, honestly. I'm glad I literally just need to break the shield. At least I think I just need to break the shield. You know what fucks me up? They made a whole big deal about Ryoshu getting her new scabbard. And then you don't even see it in the ego animation. Which is really funny to me. Where was my assist defense? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was my assist defense? Anyone want to tell me where it was? Where'd it go? Where did it go? So you're about to transition again. So I'll clash with this actually to get your stack going back down, so I'm prepared for when you come back, I guess. Let me clash late with it actually. Bam. I need some healing like now. I need Rodion to like not attack this turn. I desperately need her to fucking heal up, bro. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is really bad.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
No, I feel like if we're gonna keep getting unbreakables with status effects, I feel like we should get like ego that counteracts status effects.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Like imagine if we had a version of Yearning Merkala that would like reduce bleed on your sinners. You know what I mean? Something like that.
당신 청소하라.
13 HP is not a lot. You have so few HP left. Ah, shit. The Honlu's got crazy attack weight. 5 corpus ingredient, gain 2 attack weight. Yeah, you're there. You will be doing that. Loki, if I just blitz the generator, the projector, it'd probably be pretty good here. So I really don't want to use like crazy good skills on it. There we go. That should be good. Bam, bam.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
Fast.
예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
저의 뼈를 크게 잡고 저의 살로 채워놔.
I say I don't want to use crazy good skills on it, then I double skill 3 it. I'm so smart. So this whole time you don't want to do that to... I forgot her name again, Jesus Christ. There you go. You don't want to use your follow-up on... Fucking, what was her name? Oh my god. Gyeong Ya. Don't want to use your fucking follow-up on her. But you'll follow up on the goddamn N Corp Inquisitors. Okay, buddy. How does one come back from this? This is brutal. That's 90 damage right there. I guess I could just try to out-heal it. Let my assists clash with that. I'll have my people talk to your people. We can work something out here. I mean, the fight should be over soon. I'm about to deplete the shield and end encounter when the shield is depleted.
자, 테디, 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
Bam, 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 bam.
가져갈래요.
Do it, you son! You're a fraud! No, you're not. I shall set my form of right. just a little more, I think we'd be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Engdu were here to help us out. But, shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Why don't you go ligging it again? That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving that distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Imgyong Ya, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Engdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we could deal with the endless reinforcements N Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Imgyong Yop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe, if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe... During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, it says all I have to do is read what's on that note from his distortion. Right, keywords! Okay, bleed, burn, tremor, charge, poise! Poise? Is that the one? This one seems to be a location-type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N Corp or the twisted caricature of S Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to his Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Homework had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. MNESTIC? Yisong put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through-lines N Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Can experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph can't experience, not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make can't experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit, he has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost, water. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-headed Kim. Photograph can experience in scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle, prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honolulu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably? Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what the fuck? Huh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms that the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... he keeps it simple. You tried that too. Learned the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there. Even if the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Her eye cheeky scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Aww. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back on our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OCR team member newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that aim do. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry. She's so silly. I like her. Have you need of one? Where are you gonna get a ladder from? Where are you gonna get that? Do you have one on standby? Do you know a guy? Do you know a ladder guy? I didn't think so. Random fuckers fathoms. Oh, it's an actual dungeon? Ew. Well, let me not convert yet. I mean, yeah, shit, I guess I'll just bring the same stuff in there. Boop. No regret? Whose BL Merceau is this? Oh my god. What kind of Merceau doesn't have regret? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? You're stupid.
교류회. 설레네요.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S Corp themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consultation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga, that means thatched roof house by the way, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head for my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Im Gyong Yop. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. Yo! Take that shit off, buddy! Holy, take that off! Take that off, take that off! What are you wearing? What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Had the spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth vested in Warstrider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed greatblade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyong Iop, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? Oh, why am I out of line, as they say? There we go. You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I don't know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship with such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point, I guess. I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than responding by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. But I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call King Lib, Bamboo Rain Hat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Sins of his forefathers? Yet with sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and a scarred heart, did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All the superlatives. Yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just like the word on the street. Oh, they're so meant for each other. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hided kin. Thank you. And as you continue to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shot of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill matters, I would have laid you out and split you into 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No. Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line, so I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowship of close mutual bond? Bro's the master of japery. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Think of the game of Sukjian? Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by! Fie on me! That is a wrong deed, good sir. Suppose it is. People of Peyo and Saul, in particular, found it to be distasteful, yet they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the pie and the down tried to cheer me on, to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious, eh? Oh my god! There's too much reading in this intervallo. I want to kill people! Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Peo? Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S Corp is also known by its other name. Sal Pepeo Agroindustries. A wing specializing in the general architecture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, Pi, and Peo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Peo responsible for meat and livestock, and Pi in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S Corp, you must have felt the persecution the Pi faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, but they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the lands as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone? Yield my flesh to claim their bones! And force them both to yield. an oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escort. Oh, oh, and the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats. Oh yes, the counselor find rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw rocks at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Shut the fuck up. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that's all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. I don't want to get thrown into dungeons teeming with real vermin. Hold on, I'm a little lost. Hold on. So the people in charge of the crops and the people in charge of the livestock were conspiring against each other to try to become the top of the Trinity, which causes the common folk to suffer. And so that made Kim angry, so he threw rocks at them. Okay. So when do you stop being a sword and be a human again? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, Mentor, and this fellow you would often mention fondly was... correct. How would I mention her a few times as a drinking fellow I left behind in Escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Counselor, who's of the Pi faction. Romeo and Juliet! Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military conditioner of Escort. Engdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the Right State Counselor, who's the first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escort? Yes, your silence over matters of such great importance is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home. For Escort prevailed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I'll rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. He followed without a word. Okay. It's a long fucking dungeon. You emerged into a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale that it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with the metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed with the harsh noise of a sword striking against a sword. Which path should we choose? Bleed Ego Gift? Some of the blood saw trace the very air. Oh, last pull yourself together. Don't wait too long to take another one of them blood packs if you need it. It's hardly enough to shake my resolve. But as we progressed through the passage, the scent of blood only got more oppressive, until we were starting to stumble from the sheer thickness of it, until all of a sudden the air cleared to a fresh crispness. As we were getting our bearings, I noticed a pedestal of stone stacked before us. On top of it lay a neat briefcase that seemed to have been well cared for. Ooh! When hitting an enemy with a skill that inflicts bleed potency, count, or unique bleed, inflict 1 nails. When triggering Tremor Burst on an enemy that has nails, inflict 1 bind next turn. Cool. W bleed upscale. Right then, you.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Ooh. Hateful Blade Lineage Selsu. Rainbow Kim is on the field. Oh shit! Rainbow Kim is on the field. Brands, no. Draw the sword. Acupuncture. Yield my bones! Overthrow. To claim their bones! Cool. Fugitive. They really want you to use fucking Blade Lineage for this, huh? Cool. This fucking win rate, bro. It's an unfocused encounter. Impasto.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
뒤는 잡아주지.
이 피었잖아. 합격장.
I don't know, now that we're not focusing on Marcel, I'm kind of locked out now. I think I was having more fun. Oh, damn! Wait, he still got it. I still got it.
밀도가 아쉬운데.
I think I was having more fun when we were focusing on Marcel. Now that we pivoted back to Kim, I kind of just... It's not that I don't give a fuck, but it's, I give significantly less of a fuck. Hello? Sans? Cool.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는
어중간한 예술.
이 정도로 나왔고.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
W double tails. Holy. She's so cooked.
이걸로 감상은 끝. 예술이.
Bro, 40 points potency for existing? What are we doing? slash series. It's fucked up. Oh. Wait, he's gonna claim their bones! He's gonna claim their bones! Wait, he's kinda tough though. Wait, he's tough. Wait, Art still got it.
예술적이네요.
He's kinda popping off. Can he just do that like every turn, actually? Excuse me, as we were slowly looking around the streets of S Corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, came to a public employment policy in S Corp, and was able to attain a higher grade for himself. She senses le siente aura, she senses the aura. Level 65, by the way. Bro, I'm so tired of using levels for power scaling. Because when you really lay them out on like a chronological scale, the numbers don't add up. I think the thing with levels and power scaling is the exact number doesn't matter as much as how far that number is from our numbers at the time. Because, like, wasn't Ricardo in Kanto 5, like, level 40? And then Hohenheim in Kanto 9 was level 40? You're telling me that Hohenheim is as powerful as Ricardo? Like... It still implies that Kim is stronger than us, but not by a crazy margin. Like, we are almost bamboo-hatted Kim tier. That's crazy. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. Can I claim their bones then, if I'm Kim tier? Sure, let's help you. Gluttony and pride advantage. That sucks. Oh yeah, he's nerfed. He's nerfed by offense level, not by level. He could have opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and turned around to where bamboo-hatted Kim and Engdu were. Limbus power scaler when you show them that a wooden dummy for Kanto 8 is higher level than Earl King Heathcliff. Bro, those dummies got hands though, they kinda hit hard. We're not bamboo-hatted Kim tier, lol. We're level 60! He's level 65! Only 5 levels is we're pretty close. Cool. I got a water dropper. When allied ID gains assist defense, said ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. In 2 ways, next time we have to use out of the enemy, and deal 3% nature speed difference. Cool. I like dealing more damage. I like being fast. Oh. And who'd you say is level 65? No one here is 65! You're just saying shit now. You're just saying numbers. You're just saying shit. You're just saying words and stuff, bro. So wait, if they intend for you to use Blade Lineage here, what does that assist defense ego gift even affect? Does Great Lineage get assist defense now? With the ego? Is that a thing? Can they do that?
Impasto.
It's fucked up if they can. I don't like that. I want to try and keep my HP topped off.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
알아. 오늘아 힘들었지?
Get a little bit of trickle healing in.
여기서 잠깐 쉬어. 쳐다만 봐도 따스해질 테니까.
Man, I don't get why they keep putting dungeons. Dungeons are just, they're not fun.
정렬.
The only good dungeon was Cancel 8's dungeon. Because it actually gave you options, it gave you, like, risk and reward things that were optional. It fitted with the story really nicely. And it didn't destroy the pacing.
특별히 보여줄게.
Yo, 30 poise for existing? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Can we not? Can we just not do that?
갑니다.
Alright, Slasher is fucked up. You can't do that. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? Okay, all that healing I just tried to do, gone. That's wonderful. Oh no, he's gonna yield his bones! He's gonna yield his bones!
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Alright, good healing.
자, 테디. 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
She can claim bones too?
보여드려야겠군.
She's just like her master!
예술을.
Yo, why is she so small? What the fuck? She needs that bone lengthening surgery. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of an unlit prison. Maybe my head came outside his side before he even fully exhales. A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? We're guards. Oh. Nothing happened. Never mind. We aren't guards. I lied. Teehee.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
Oops. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences. The memory I recorded are different. The memories I have recorded are different. Oh, I know where we are. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? Ugh, I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude. Isn't that the series that Capcom made? You play as Dante and the blue guy? What was that, Virgin? Is that his name? But a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. And this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Engdu. Take a tall step over. Tall step over, you might trip. Ugh! There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, some of them were so mangled I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. You ever get that awful feeling of like, you have like a little itch on your leg, and you're like, what if that's a bug? What if that's a bug on my leg? And then you reach down to scratch it, and it is a bug. And then you pull your hand back up, and it's just covered in like dead bug. You ever get that? That sucks. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw on Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp. Our positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt psychopaths whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor, with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. I'll hold my tongue. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies? That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to all be working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. Is this meant to be what's happening with LIMBUS Company? Is it parallels? What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Gah! Gasp! Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it was odd just how many of them they had sent. For the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on life of one of the triumvirate councilors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me. I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, and poor excuse my bodyguard, and I have failed you. I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty, ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see thee even hard at work. Accursed parasite, I would have flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in service to the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state counselor arrived at the royal court. The audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. So they're trying to frame him for this? Yet a tragedy is struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. Should be throwing words now. They really are just kind of saying shit now. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. But why? What you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state councillor's service? You sent so many of their men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the cloud blade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. Is this because he was against the corruption? Because he was throwing rocks at bad people? This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. But why would you go along with this? Wasn't he... Was he throwing rocks at people from the pie? No, he was throwing rocks at people from the Sal. But I guess the pie was in on the corruption? I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councillor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground of S-Corp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene wraith. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councillor's sworn guard, Kim Lin. Liberal. Han. Hidos, a villain. Han Hobei. Ooh. You went evil mode for a second there. Cool. That brain of a Nobi sapping your strength. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Ready to be my executioner, Yao? I haven't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone in my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councillor has abandoned me, and there's no path forward. Salpipio Agroindustries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game's been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you will still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. As you were needed, S-Corp. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rule I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. Gyong Yop. Come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-foot advantage over you, but to me it's a smallest 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. Wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort, and beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have an enemy to take with such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all. Okay. Well, I had left the rigged game. My records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. How the hell did she use the bow while holding a sword 150% of her size? Well, she puts down the sword. She clearly had both hands on the bow. I joined the Blade lineage, became their master, dragged them into the library of Ruina, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Guillaume Eop had let me go, I thought I'd escape the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And as the entire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. And from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but and the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is valuable. And they must be after... Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. I mean, did we really need a second intervallo about this? I feel like Yield My Flesh kind of already got this point across. I also think it's really cool how no matter what speed he rolls, he's always in the back. That's a cool little detail. Oh, it's focused. Don't get me wrong, I like this Kim, but like I don't think we needed this intervallo to go in this direction. Library's like a nerd activation keyword every time people play this game. Every time they mention the libraries for something like so insignificant, it's really funny. Except for Rian, I guess. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, lose that clash. That's fine, that's cool. But even for Rian, it was just like so... Like, there was no reasoning behind it. It's just, oh... Yeah, my prescript says I must become Roland. Maybe we'll get prescript lore in like a year and a half or something, I don't know. I you know, again, I'll save my, I'll bite my tongue until the end. But I think Intervallo 9 so far has had this very funny trend of being really engaging in the first half and then just completely losing its shit towards the end. I felt that way with Twinning Threads, and I'm feeling that way right now with this one too. I also think I'm losing my voice, and I don't know why. That should be good enough. That won't kill, but whatever. Getting Merceau insights was a lot more engaging than Bamboo had in Kim backstory. Rolling so cool we gotta have our own. Like shit, I guess. We never got an explanation as to why Hermes did that. Hermes just really fucks with Roland, I guess. He listened to Roland's battle themes and he was like, wait, this is fire. Wait, this is heat. Wait, this is actually heat. He's not wrong, it is heat. Faust. Kill that. You evil? You're not evil! Why? Damn.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
He says your throat's wide open as he swings directly vertically downwards. Is he stupid? Whose throat are you hitting like that? Is Engdu also always in the front? Cool detail. Cool details. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak if you have seen the wretch. Chunokuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their head and refuse to give up the criminal. Say that you don't know, then slowly turn towards the haystack. You went that way, see? You went that way, see? Went that way. Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chunokuns hurried in the direction, I pointed them towards the man crawled out the haystack. Seeing the Chunokuns gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work! Can't have this vile Chunokun take a normal thief like you away. They're wretches. You have my thanks. I didn't expect to be shielded by outsiders, but this is a welcome surprise. Blade lineage. I once done the stacks rights the corrupt officials have stolen, turning them to where they belong, just as mentor Bamboo had a Kim had once done. Cool. Oh, that's neat. Because there's no heal before the boss, so yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll rightfully take that. More Chunokuns. You know, overthrow will do some damage. I'll let Kim take care of that guy. At least the rain calmed down. I did that a while ago, though. Kim killed that guy. Good job. Good job, Kim.
Impasto.
Yeah, we're entering my favorite part of every stream, Hour 5, where I run out of things to say. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there, and you know, you can go there. Just because.
뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Ugh. Yeah, how fucking complex is this boss gonna be? Is it just gonna be the same boss from earlier? Can it be the same boss from earlier? Like, it's midnight, I don't want to have to learn a whole new boss.
파우스트, 신세파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
She does so much damage, jeez. That can't be allowed. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
완성되었나?
On to the boss. Oh, nice background.
저 살점을
Oh,
찢으면
nice background.
더 붉게 칠해지.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. It's judgment's burden when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Mgyong Yop in there. Mgyong Yop was a woman of loyalty and principles, even as a military commissioner. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken, in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find in the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. I've always got a strong enough ego to clash with the boss's multi-weight attack is fine. I accidentally didn't bring any ego besides Marcel since it's a new slot, 9 sinners died. Oh damn, nice. Did this Mgyong Yop appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Mgyong Yop wasn't like that. Mgyong Yop. I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know any better, I'd have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. You also know what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take them. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escort, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escort once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Mgyong Yop, the second ordinate of the Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the... Oh, that says Agro Industries! Like agriculture, oh my god. That wasn't a bit, I genuinely just didn't know what that word said until now. Can't intervallo end already. I am yelling up second ordinance of the Salpepio Agro Industry, special the sword. Oh god, I've switched text. Okay, so you're not going to transition to projector mode this time, are you? Equipped Envy skills will not be effective as appropriate at the homeland stack adjustment effects. Will reset to 5 next turn. Okay, so I want to lower her swordplay, because she's in bear mode. At min or max swordplay stacks, use a powerful skill. God damn. I'm guessing that's the multi-attack weight skill. Deal and take 20% damage on critical hit against and from Bamboo Headed Kim. This flesh I claim. Alright, so I gotta be more careful with our bleed count. Give it to Javala Baka if I can her as an ID. Dog, I don't want this as an ID. This is really complex to be translated into an ID. Lose 3 swordplay. Okay, so I want to clash that early this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Where are you? Unclash bolt assist units. Okay, you're smart. So wait, had she hit unbreakable coins again last time? I'm not seeing anything about unbreakable coins here. Oh, here it is. I min or max stacks and convert all coins to unbreakable coins. Okay, so I don't want to lower her to 1 then. I'll leave her at 2. The more word the skill has, the better. I'm the opposite opinion. Keep them simple. Okay, well, she's gonna lose base power after Honolulu attacks, so that's fine. Okay, okay, that's gonna be fine. Probably. Oh, are her skills unbreakable against Kim? That's cool. I like that. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Or wait, is Bear Splitter just unbreakable normally? Oops. Guess I wasn't paying attention. Impasto. So, okay, hold on here. Is there an assist defense here? There's no assist defense here. Cool. Let me figure this out. So gain 3 and then lose 3. So, I mean, do I not just, like, do this? Like, is that not just the play? Gain 3, lose 3? I mean, like, she's at 4. I would like her to be at 2, ideally, but as long as she's not at 1. That's what matters to me. At 6 points, convert all coins to unbreakable. I mean, why even have that conditional? Like, why even have that conditional at 6 points? Like, really? And she's gonna get that, like, fucking immediately. How silly.
점 찍었네.
Bam.
내렸다. 정렬. 원색적으로.
Yes, give me more bleed count. Give me more bleed count. I demand more bleed count. Faust, more bleed count, please. Yes, tasty bleed count. I think I need some sanguine desire. I don't think my bleed count's high enough. I don't know.
내가 공격했으면 내장. 특별히 보여줄게.
Yeah, you're at 6 now. I definitely gotta clash that, like, instantaneously. Sanguine. We're juicing the bleed stack. Yep, we're juicing the bleed stack. Oh, that's right. We're juicing it. The bleed stack is being juiced. This is +1 bleed count. But this is +2 bleed count. I may as well juice it. Are you evil yet? You're not evil. Oh yeah, you won't reduce when I do that. That's free extra bleed count. Oh, that's scary. Let's not do that, actually. That's fine. I don't want to use Crow's Eye View because it sucks. All my sloth resources. Yikes. Good thing sloth doesn't even matter on this comp.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을
tasty.
잘라버리면
Yes. Now I'm bleed gaming. I understand now. This is the power of bleed.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
And do, I mean, you gotta get some SP, girl.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
Oh, she has so many debuffs. Oh my god. We're just bullying her.
복이 피었잖아.
Yo, 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 yo. You can't stagger with a broken coin. That's fucked up. Ooh. Wait, this is bad. This is really bad.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어?
Yo, where's my assist defenses, bro? I got my own assist defense. Damn. Okay, the issue is she's at 1 speed. It does redirect it, good. We'll give her her assist defense. 78-38. Is that a good enough stack? I don't know, guys. I don't know. She's also at negative 45, so I don't really think I need to worry about this too much. But, consistency, you know? Kim's doing that. So I'll do that. And then now you're evil. Okay, so let that be assist defensed. Yeah, that should be good, right? Yeah, should be good. Good. Good, 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 good. Good. Oh, that goes unopposed. Oh, they changed it for this fight. If it goes unopposed. Oh, maybe it was like that before, but I mean, you had infinite assist defense, so who fucking cares? There you go. Fuck her up, Ondu. Ooh, fuck her up, Kim! Okay, low-key, this would have been a good turn for, what do you call it? Sanguine Desire? Damn! Holy!
나만의 항해 방식. 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Okay, fucking murder her. Kill her. I want her dead. I want her so dead. Oh. Wait, is it time for Funny Wing Beat? It might be time for Funny Wing Beat, actually. She might not live long enough to get Funny Wing Beated, actually. I don't really care, though.
가져갈래요.
She's definitely gonna live long enough to get Funny Wing Beated.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕.
항상
Alright, Ishmael, it's gotta be a really funny wing beat here. Can you do 600 damage for me? You have 10 SP already, oh god.
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있으면
Alright, that was not a very funny wing beat.
맛없으니까.
Now she's gonna use a powerful skill.
술적이네요.
Yo, she's so tough looking though. Fuck, no, she's tough. Kim? Kim, what are you doing? You gotta pick a better term for this, bud. I'm sorry, you Abora? Deep-rooted regret. Okay, I'm doing good for you, I guess. Fate lost. What if I just like don't let him do that? Oh, you're in Tiger Hunt. I should have been like oh. I mean, low-key, I don't think I can lose at this point. She has a 99 bleed potency, 51 stack. Like, fuck. This kinda sucks, but again, I don't think I can lose. Don't be, why are you struggling? Don't do that. She's gonna die from her own coin. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like she's not living. She's not winning this. I'll do a little bit of ego spam as a treat. You teleport. Fuck you. You're gonna bleed out because your own, like, unbreakables and shit. What are you targeting now, Kim, huh? And nothing. You're just gonna go yield on her?
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
You're so tough, bud.
내르 정렬 원색적으로
Alright, salute, farewell you. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. He tried to throw the whole fight. Do you think that's intentional? Do you think that him yielding flesh on the big skill was intentional? Do you think he's actively trying to lose? Que interessante. Barely they appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself. That's what I'm saying, Ryoshu. That blade work is far beneath him, seeking the end here, see? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You're trying to lock your sword at mine and parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in the final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. That's what you want? I'll grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bimbo had to Kim and Im-gyeong Eop ready for the final bout, Angdu leaped in. He didn't win that clash in my fight. Yeah, he's not supposed to. It's yield my flesh. It's made to lose. He rolls a 0. That's like, I mean, that's cool that like he was intentionally trying to lose, but at the same time, it's like, yo, Kim, buddy, what are you doing here? I do? Don't make that face. Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my own days as though I haven't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere that I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That Mentor? The weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. That's not grammatically correct. Yet your words pay me so. What we can disagree is at this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life. One of the weaknesses we use as an excuse today. Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. It is your overbearing guilt to help you overestimate your importance. What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippin' larking of yours. Okay, for a split second, I thought that said LARPing and I was about to lose my mind. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us has picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you have cast upon your own shoulders? None of us have ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Yeah. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There's nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Once did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Engdu and Imgyang were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the it's the LARP Save the Agenda! But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. Seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting, I think. What? He's manifesting ego? Nothing is for certain, indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. Kim turned to look at herself and we shadows seemed to lift from his face. Sans! I've been embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. I suppose you'll be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blossoms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hie to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. To call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world, how to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world, there is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Alright, so Kim has ego now. Good for him. Photographs rapidly fold away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. Aura reclaimed. I see residents of the backstreets from their blissful highs from taking the canned experience, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread, a florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters, a photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life, photographs have taken are all. No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without caring about the real thing. That's why you're all flattering, gasping at illusions. Let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing that I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. What I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. A figure materialized into a humanoid form swirling on a projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure. That thing's still alive? There's been an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning of such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. Fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, while impersonating Chunicuns of Salpipio Agroindustries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of fucking... Who is this guy even? Pursuant to the law of the home, the accused be sent to the death of the head of... Oh! So no head? Weird. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles onto the floor, Im-Gyong Yop's shape slowly phases out of reality and finds herself back in the projection room. And there, don't tell me they heat the headless corpses. Found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, with Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Alright, one more story chapter. Yep, the subject. Yep, right on, gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If you knew that in advance, you probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, as for the LCD and the team leader to investigate, all in all, this mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Engdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. That's the real win of this mission in my book. Point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus I shall not abide by any more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you were expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? And would you mind releasing the hems on my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Engdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you're released. You're giving me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Saying, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop it. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Oh, hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of smaller injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones of my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee, a clarification if thou wilt. Dost thou recall how, as we battled N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? There are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Then words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, that sounds like a question from Marceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. Did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do it to sell myself. No, it wasn't you. It was Marceau. It was me. Huh? Well, why? What's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us. What the heck? N-Corp. Dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? But listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? As she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. LIMBUS Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we will fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle. We intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. We are here on different business, so if you'll be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Marceau, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marceau, formerly one who nails? And a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magician Sisyphe headquarters. He worked with Noggle and Tamer? Zinclair's not going to be happy. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulation, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours necessitates you to immediate arrest. Wait, I've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. He's safe. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well, then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I'm required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell's going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you notice what happened, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. No, why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I'll follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onwards, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you were about to antagonize N Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? I love how dedicated he is to LIMBUS Company. To his new family. It's so nice. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either. She was sending an uncomfortable glance at N Corp's employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place any ordinary day. They got him. He's gone. One who nails. That's crazy. Damn. Okay, well... I'm kind of mixed on this Intervallo. Because all the Blade Lineage stuff. I'll be the next Whelp story. Yeah, no, he's not gonna be there. That's crazy. But, fucking okay hand. I don't... Oh, I want to see the card. I don't have enough of the card. Whatever. I wanted to like this because it was so interesting to finally get a glimpse into Marceau. A glimpse into what makes him tick. A glimpse into his mind, into how he behaves. It's... What is this exclamation mark here? What? Oh. What did I... Oh, I just saw the old stuff. Don't care. It was so interesting to see that. But then they bring in Kim. They try to do Kim stuff as well, and that really muddies everything. Because we're getting information on Marceau, who's one of us, and then we grind that to a halt and say, okay, let's get some Bamboo Hide Kim backstory. And the whole time they're going over the left counselor, the right counselor, the pie, the fucking the Sal, the other one. I'm just like, why do I give a shit? Why do I care about anything that's happening here? It's not relevant to what's going on. It is a complete other thing that you've pulled in out of nowhere. And you're trying to frame this as if this is Kim's Intervallo 2. But no, it's Marceau's Intervallo. We're in N Corp. We're learning about him. He is getting to take the stage here. So why are we trying to do so much with Kim? This was Kim's story, though, just a little hint of no, that's backwards. This should have been Marceau's story, but they changed it into Kim's story. We start with Marceau. We start with Marceau taking the stage, where Marceau doing this, that, and the other thing. We start with interacting with Marceau. This is the most he's ever spoken before. And then they literally stop that dead in its tracks and let Kim take the stage. And then the majority of the Intervallo is about Kim. But the issue is, I don't give a shit about Kim. Kim is... Why should I care about Kim? You're just throwing all this new stuff at me and expecting me to just care about it automatically. I'm not given a reason to care about Kim. I'm not given a reason to care about his backstory. Yeah, sure, he's funny, he's silly, he's goofy. That's cool and all, but I'm here for this guy. You've presented this guy to me, who's been a mystery since the journey started, who's a member of my team, and then you say, let's make it about this guy. This guy who will probably never appear again. This guy whose storyline's not going to be relevant again, probably. Like, I don't care. I don't care about the left officer, the right officer, that bamboo-headed Kim was throwing rocks at corrupt people. Like, we're not even going to S Corp. We're in N Corp still. So why, when we're in N Corp and focusing on the ex-N Corp guy whose Kanto is about to start, do you decide that now is a good time for the bamboo-headed Kim backstory? It's like a parody sentence. It's genuinely like a parody. Alright guys, it's time for Merceau's Kanto. Let's get the bamboo-headed Kim backstory. Like, what are we doing? And it sucked because I was really intrigued on the Merceau stuff. I was really into it. But instead, you decide to throw in this distortion to get a bamboo-headed Kim backstory, and the guy behind the distortion is literally just some made-up fucker who has no direct ties to anyone. He saw people around him doing something that he didn't like, and so he distorted. It's laughable. It's laughable how ridiculous that was. And then we bring him back and he instantly gets killed. Like, it's like the story doesn't even give a shit about him. And if the story doesn't give a shit about this guy, why should I give a shit? Like, I don't know. I didn't like the distortion guy. I didn't like the Sun and Kim backstory because I don't care. I don't know. And I think I would have been okay with Kim backstory if it didn't feel like it grinded everything what Merceau was screeching halt just to make room for it. But whatever. It's whatever. Merceau's Kanto is gonna be crazy, I hope. It just feels like at this point the story is trying to juggle too many things at once happening. It's been an issue since Kanto 9, where we're trying to juggle too many things at once. We have like 5 separate groups in Kanto 9 doing 5 different things. Twinning Threads is trying to deal with Ryoshu and still deal with Gregor a little bit. It leaves Gregor's bit feeling underbaked. And Sinclair's sign is still unexplored by it. And that MNESTIC experience is trying to introduce Merceau while also finishing up Kim's story that didn't need to be finished. I hope that Kanto 10 is a lot more focused, because recently things have been so scattered and we need to just tighten the scope and focus on what really matters. But whatever. I never accepted my lunacy, bro. That's fucked up. And the fight against what's her name? It's kind of underwhelming, I'll be honest. I liked the gimmick of having to like balance her swordplay levels, but like it felt a little underbaked, especially coming off of Railroad 6, which has some really good fights in it. Having that just I don't know. Especially considering that 2 of her skills are literally a sword level go up and sword level go down button. Imagine half Kanto 10 just without Merceau because he's in prison. I think that could work though. I think that could genuinely work. If we are using that time to explore his backstory. If we're interacting with people that he used to be close to. that worked with him in the past, so we get more info on him through other characters. But you know what? I'm already nervous because I'm remembering how Kanto 9 ended now. And we're gonna be meeting back up with the N Corp League of 9. And I feel like we're gonna be trying to balance Merceau stuff with League of 9 stuff, and then one of them's gonna be Underbaked, and I have a feeling it's gonna be Merceau. I don't know. We'll see when the time comes. For now, it's almost 1 AM. I got work in the morning, and it's like 90 degrees in my room. So, I'm gonna call it here. Fucking... I guess I'll see everyone if we get Wulp next. I'll see everyone back here for Wulp. Otherwise, I'll see everyone when Kanto 10 comes out, I guess. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all. Thank you. Everyone have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go drink a lot of water and then go to sleep. Goodbye, all. Goodbye. 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 Deltarune 12 tomorrows. Goodbye. Goodbye.